O Canada, led by the honourable member from South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all of us command. Quand on sait porter le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
A little cold, but the doors be open. Order, Allard. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this summer residents of Surrey Centre sang "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" as we celebrated the accomplishments of Wally Little League. Thanks to their thrilling victory in the Little League Canadian Championships, the all-star team from Wally earned the right to represent Canada at the Little League World Series in South Williamsport, Pennsylvania. There they made Surrey proud, playing hard and showing immense strength and enthusiasm on the field, despite the fact that their team faced adversity prior to the tournament. For a time, it was unclear on whether or not one of their teammates, Dio Gama, could join them. However, with the help of Ministers of Immigration and Public Safety, he was able to go. It was my honor to host them in my constituency office this summer. This wonderful celebration included a surprise message from our Prime Minister, which delighted the players and helped turn it into an unforgettable day for the team. A special thanks goes out to the team's parents and coaching staff, led by Mike Marino, for following and supporting their team on the road for 46 days.
The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For 6 years, Pie Restaurant has supported children in government-subsidized or low-income households by providing them with materials needed for educational success. Since creating Pie Education, we've supplied over 10,000 backpacks to children in need in the Barrie area. Some of our community partner organizations include the Barrie Municipal Not-for-Profit Housing, Simcoe County Housing Corporation, Canadian Mental Health Association, Barrie Native Friendship Centre, Women and Children's Shelter of Barrie, and local church groups. Having grown up in government housing, I understand how not having school supplies can create anxiety in students, which leads to decreased confidence and performance. Parents should never have to choose between buying new shoes and new school supplies. On behalf of Pie Education, I'd like to thank all of our donors, sponsors, volunteers, and community partners. It is because of your generous support that over 2,200 children are prepared for success this school year.
Wow. The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to recognize the Executive Director of the Delta Family Resource Centre, Kemi Jacobs. Ms. Jacobs has over 20 years of community involvement and has been a leader in the non-government and public sectors in many roles. Some of those roles include the President of the Canadian Council for Refugees, Executive Director of Cultural Link Settlement Services, Chairperson of the National Anti-Racism Council of Canada, Director of House at Toronto Community Housing, and the list goes on, Mr. Speaker. A truly remarkable individual. That is why it comes as no surprise that Ms. Jacobs will be included in the Honourable Jean Augustine's book entitled 100 Accomplished Black Canadian Women. This is quite an honour for Kemi to be recognized, and I would like to share in that recognition by congratulating her today on her continuous hard work and her volunteerism inside and out of Humber River Black Creek.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Her name was Azrea Kopanen. She was 14 years old and she was loved, and this nation failed her because when she needed help, nothing was available and she died alone. And Azrea is just one of the 5,800 youth that we have lost in this nation to suicide. What country watches the death of its children and does nothing? Because Canada is one of the few developed countries without a national suicide prevention plan. And this is why I'm asking my colleagues from all parties to work together to establish Motion 174, a National Suicide Prevention Action Plan. Because it's not just about youth. We are seeing the crisis of suicide and depression cut across all age groups and spectrums. And yet, there's so much that can be done. I want to give a special shout out to all the grassroots organizations and activists who are on the front lines, and they are looking to this Parliament to be a positive partner to pass Motion 174 and establish this National Suicide Prevention Action Plan. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, from the 13th to 17th December last, Lac Saint-Jean welcomed people to the Pétanque Championship in order to take part in this important competition. They also had the privilege of tasting the best tourtière in the entire world. And there were so many eaten that it became a Guinness record. I'd also like to thank Nicolas Martel, who helped in organizing this and who put our region on the map. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, in 1912, in the small community of St. Mary's Cement was born. And 38 years later, they made their best decision by opening a plant in Bowmanville, Ontario, Mr. Speaker. For 50 years, St. Mary's in Bowmanville has literally built the Greater Toronto Area. The iconic CN Tower, Roy Thompson Hall, the Darlington Generating Station next door, all built with St. Mary's Cement. They remain one of Durham's largest employers, and 130 families are part of the St. Mary's story, a story that includes being one of the greenest plants of its kind in North America. Mr. Speaker, their motto is "Life is made to last." Well, in the last 50 years, St. Mary's has contributed greatly to our community life, from schools to hospitals to the Highway of Heroes Lav Monument to Valleys 2000, tomorrow to Durham College. I want to thank St. Mary's for being a great corporate citizen, wish them well on their celebration, and wish them a great next 50 years.
The honourable member for Avalon.
Mr. Speaker, this summer I had the chance to meet so many incredible people throughout my riding. Today I would like to recognise a young man I met for the first time. Jay Felix is a 16-year-old constituent of mine from Paradise, and I met Jay thanks to the War Amps and their 100th anniversary commemorative envelope campaign. Jay was born a partial hand amputee and has been a member of the War Amps Child Amputee Programme since he was 2 years old. He remains active with the organisation today and was asked to present me with their 100th anniversary commemorative envelope and pin. They highlight the great impact War Amps has had on this country over its 100 years and shine a spotlight on the moments and milestones in history that unite us as a nation. It was such a pleasure to hear Jay's story and to see what a great ambassador he is for War Amps Canada. Congrats, War Amps, and thank you to Jay and his mom, Cindy, for being such great members of our community. Thank you.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, we understand harm reduction. That's why, to address the opioid crisis, our government has approved 26 supervised injection sites with the cooperation of provinces across Canada. But this summer, the new government in Ontario withdrew the approval of an overdose prevention site in my riding of Parkdale High Park, ostensibly because they want to review the evidence behind harm reduction. But, Mr. Speaker, the evidence is already in. As the Supreme Court stated in 2011, supervised injection sites save lives. Hospitals and healthcare workers get it. That's why they have opened a pop-up site in Parkdale in defiance of the province's position. The compassionate and progressive constituents of my riding get it. They are actively supporting this pop-up site, and so are the police and the City of Toronto. The only missing link is the province. Mr. Speaker, when lives are at stake, this cannot be a partisan issue. It is incumbent upon all elected representatives at every level of government to address the opioid crisis and to stop preventable deaths. Thank you.
The honourable Honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you. I rise to honor and wish a happy 100th birthday to remarkable Edmontonian Frederick Major Russell. In December of 1939, Mr. Russell shipped out to the UK, serving with the Royal Canadian Signal Corps, 6th Brigade, 2nd Division. He landed at Dieppe with the Canadian troops and managed to survive the day. It's rumored he was part of the secret mission to steal the German Enigma code machine on that fateful day. Freddie denies it, claiming he never actually made it to the beach, but conspiracists will note that he was declared missing in action in the confusion, and his dog tags were somehow found far ashore that day. Freddie returned 2 years later to the beaches at Normandy and fought through France to eventually march into Dieppe when the Canadians liberated it. He fought through Belgium, Holland, and Germany. He was awarded the French Legion of Honor, France's highest honor for his role in liberation of France. He returned to Canada where he married his beloved Eileen, making Edmonton their home for the next 60 years of their marriage. Freddie, happy 100th birthday. Thank you for your service to Canada.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, a first in Canada. The first face transplant was performed at the Maisonneuve-Rosemont Hospital in Montreal. Last May, a medical team succeeded in performing a face transplant for Mr. Maurice Desjardins, who was seriously disfigured by a hunting accident. I want to congratulate Transplant Quebec for its leadership. I want to thank the doctors for their genius and tenacity, to the donor and his family for what is even the greatest generosity. This event reminds us of how our researchers and scientists are pushing back the frontiers of medicine. I'd like to present Motion 189 because we have to do more to improve our organ donor system. The Honourable Member for Alfred-Pélan. Mr. Speaker, what's better than laughing in order to bring together people in a community? I want to talk about the first Festival of Laughter, which will start in September next.
A stronger community through humor, because it all starts with a laugh. By sharing our joy, we strengthen our bonds as neighbors, as friends, and as a community. Thus, I'd like to congratulate Luigi Morbito and Franco Taddeo for their initiative that embellishes and strengthens our community. Le Festival Laval en Rire, c'est la diversité.
This festival means diversity and inclusion. We celebrate multiculturalism, something that characterizes our community and our country. This is a reflection of the joie de vivre of the people of Laval. Thank you.
For Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, as Deputy Shadow Minister for Veterans Affairs, September 19th is very significant to me. In 2016, Claude Lelancette, who served in Somalia in '93, came to the Hill on a hunger strike looking for answers. After a photo op with ministers of Veterans Affairs, Health and National Defence, with a promise made, then broken, followed by another hunger strike, 2 days of testimony were his to orchestrate at the Veterans Affairs Committee study on mental health. The testimonies sounded the alarm on mefloquine poisoning of our troops up to and including the Afghan war. As a result, Health Canada changed the drug label and mefloquine became a drug of last resort for our troops. In 2017, the first mefloquine rally took place after the Prime Minister ignored mefloquine advocate veteran David Bona in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. Today, the second mefloquine rally is celebrating Quinism Foundation's expanding research to scientifically prove mefloquine poisoning impact on our Canadian servicemen and women. Come outside, meet your veterans.
The Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, autumn is an important time in the riding of Shefford. It's a period of abundance where everything is literally the apple of everyone's eye. We welcome 500,000 visitors during this time of harvesting apples. People also visit orchards. Right in the middle of Montérégie, there is the magnificent town of Rougemont with its 500,000 apple trees, which makes it the apple capital of Canada. The region of Rougemont pioneered cider production, apple cider production, and is also a tourist destination which impresses by the abundance of its land. Until October 14th next, we invite you to take part in the 16th Gourmet Weekend. Today we have given everyone a wonderful calling card from Rougemont, an apple from the apple capital of Rougemont.
Honourable member for Essex.
For too many women across Canada, gender-based violence is a part of their reality. To this day, the stigma and the threat of retaliation have prevented women from speaking out against their abusers. Too many cases have been shrouded in darkness. Women come together to provide support for one another and raise our united voices against harassment and gender-based violence. In Windsor, Essex, our Take Back the Night event is happening this Friday. Take Back the Night is a grassroots organization focused on uniting women to stand together, refusing to be silent about gender-based violence. Events will be hosted in communities across Canada and in over 30 countries globally. Women across the country will come together to support each other's struggles, be inspired by the strength of survivors, and to remember the women we have lost to violence. I invite women from across Canada and my colleagues in this House to join in their local events. This Friday, I look forward to seeing women raise a candle high and adding their voice as we take back the streets and take back the night for all women.
The honourable member for Portage, Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, here's the report card on the Prime Minister's summer activities. Reversing the carbon tax, he failed. Dealing with illegal border crossers, failed. Recalling the House to get TPP ratified, failed again. Surfing in Tofino, B+. Mansplaining his way through a groping allegation, I'd say A+ on that one. Negotiating a trade deal with the U.S., underway with challenges, which is Liberal code for didn't get it done. Now, Mr. Speaker, let's see if the Prime Minister did any better by the numbers. High-priced lobbyists attending Liberal fundraisers, 200 of them. Wow. Taxpayer dollars spent on the Trans Mountain Pipeline, $4.5 billion. Wow. Shovels in the ground to build the pipeline, 0. Whoa. Seriously, Mr. Speaker, this summer of failure has made one thing very clear. Canadians cannot afford another 4 years of that Prime Minister.
Honourable member for Le Saint-Léonard-Verdun.
Monsieur le Président, partout.
Mr. Speaker, everywhere in the country, young Canadians are pushing back the frontiers of innovation. Their intelligence, dynamism, and audacity is making Canadian innovation known worldwide.
Minds and their contributions to our society. On behalf of my colleague, the Minister of Science and Sport, I would like to invite all my colleagues to attend the Prime Minister's Science Fair tonight in Centre Block from 5 to 7 p.m.
This event will showcase the remarkable work of young researchers, innovators from all over Canada. Let us celebrate these formidable young people who represent the future of our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président, quand le Premier ministre a dépensé 4 000...
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister spent $4.5 billion of taxpayers' money, and he said it was to guarantee that construction would start this summer. He failed. The project has been on hold for over 3 weeks, and Canadians have no idea what the Liberals plan to do. Can the Prime Minister tell the thousands of Canadians who depend on the jobs to build the pipeline when they'll be able to go back to work? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, since the outset, what I said to Canadians was that I understood that the environment and the economy go hand in hand. That's why, when we took government, we invested in environmental protection. We worked in partnership with Indigenous peoples to create economic growth in the right way in this country. That is exactly what we're going to continue to do. The Conservatives for their part, want us to minimize environmental protection and set aside Indigenous peoples. That is not what we're going to do. We are going to do the right thing.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, more to this past summer as the Prime Minister's summer of failure. And the judge that ruled on the Trans Mountain case agrees. That judge said that, quote, Canada failed in Phase 3 to engage in dialogue meaningfully. How can the Prime Minister mismanage this pipeline project so terribly, Mr. Speaker?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in 2012, the Conservative government limited the scope of the National Energy Board in terms of its analyzing the impacts on marine ecosystems. That's why we have moved forward, in any case, with the Oceans Protection Plan to look carefully at how we can protect the southern resident killer whale pod, how we can make sure that we are protecting our oceans from spills and accidents. That's something that's important to British Columbians, Mr. Speaker, but it's important to all Canadians. That's why we're moving forward in a responsible way that protects the environment and that works with Indigenous peoples as we look to get the right projects built for Canada.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister just keeps saying things that he knows aren't true. The previous Conservative government got 4 major pipeline projects built. We succeeded where he is failing. And one of those, Mr. Speaker, the Kinder Morgan Anchor Loop, opened up Asian markets by getting Canada's resources to Tidewater. But it was his execution of the process that failed. Right. Again, is this just part of a plan to phase out Canada's energy sector?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what the Conservatives haven't understood, even with the drubbing they got in the 2015 election, is the only way to build a strong economy is to protect the environment at the same time and work with Indigenous peoples in a respectful way. That's what they failed to do, and that's why we're moving forward in the way that Canadians expect, doing stronger science, working in partnership with Indigenous peoples, and showing the highest growth in the G7 last year after they had the lowest growth rates since R.B. Bennett.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the record on this is clear. The Conservative Party got the job done. We succeeded where he is failing. We had, through a rigorous approvals process, got 4 major pipeline projects approved and completed. It was this Prime Minister whose tough negotiating skills sent $4.5 billion to Houston investors, overpaying by almost $2 billion. That's the kind of negotiating savvy that this Prime Minister has. So my question is, just how fast did those Houston investors sign on to that deal?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, they seem to be understanding that at this point the Conservative Party of Canada doesn't want the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion because that's what they would get. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, when we took ownership of that pipeline expansion project, we prevented it from being dead in the water. We know that moving forward in the right way on projects like these is what Canadians expect. Their failure to get our resources to new markets other than the United States is exactly what grew Canadians tired of this government, among many other things.
We'll have some order, please. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, they've bought it without building it. We will build it without having to buy it. That's the difference between our two parties, Mr. Speaker. If they really wanted to develop Canada's energy sector and get our resources to market, they will invite Energy East back to the table. They will scrap the carbon tax and they will scrap their plans for C69, the ban on pipeline bill. Will the Prime Minister do any of those things to get our men and women in this country back to work?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, The Conservatives seem full of vim and vigor in what they want to talk about, but they don't actually have any plans. The closest we've seen to it is, well, you should bring in legislation to get that pipeline built. The fact that we would expect the private sector and investors to move forward on projects in Canada, knowing that any time you want to get something built, you have to work legislation on it through this House of Commons, is not the kind of predictable, clear path that our investors from around the world or in Canada want. We're going to get clarity to be able to build things responsibly.
L'honorable député de Rimouski-Nejet.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques.
Mr. Speaker, dairy farmers are worried. In Manitoba, David and his brother are third-generation dairy farmers who are committed to providing the highest quality milk to Canadians. But with each trade deal, Canadian dairy farmers like them are asked by Liberal and Conservative governments to give away a little bit and a little bit more. Basically, they are being asked to accept a death by 1,000 cuts. Right. Enough is enough. When will the Prime Minister do as he promised and commit to fully protect supply management?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have and are committed to protecting supply management. Supply management is a system that works for our farmers and for consumers. It was a Liberal government that brought it in 40 years ago. We understand how important it is to continue to protect our agricultural industry and our dairy producers. We continue to sign important trade deals around the world and make sure that we are protecting our supply managed industry and indeed our family dairy farms because that's what Canadians expect.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques.
He refuses to say it. Plusieurs producteurs laitiers.
Many dairy producers from Canada are on the Hill today, and they're concerned and worried that the government is using them as bargaining chips for NAFTA negotiations. When I meet with dairy producers in my riding, they say it's because the supply management system enables them to have stability in the costs of production that their farms can exist. The government is sacrificing them each time it has an opportunity. Some concessions, more concessions, and yet more concessions, and the system is getting weaker. Can the Prime Minister stand today and tell dairy producers directly that he will fully protect supply management? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, what people clearly see is that the NDP is unable to support trade agreements. They don't know that trade agreements are good for the economy and for workers. Once again, I want to underscore our support for dairy producers and for supply management. I salute to the dairy producers who have traveled to Ottawa today to be heard with respect to their concerns. We are listening to their concerns, and we will continue to protect supply management. I thank them for the work that they do and for their presence in Ottawa today. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Our dairy producers, Mr. Speaker, have been directly attacked by Trump, and the Liberals have implied that they were flexible. Ms. Chevalier, a farmer from St. Ignace de Loyola, is afraid that new concessions in the supply management system are going to occur. After having abandoned producers under CETA and the TPP, how can Ms. Chevalier trust the Liberal government, trust that it will, in fact, protect supply management? Mr. Speaker, we know full well that the U.S. administration has targeted our supply management system, but Canadians know as well that on several occasions I have reiterated that we will protect supply management because it helps our farmers, our dairy producers, consumers to be sure about what they're buying. In terms of dairy, we will continue to defend the supply management system and the excellent work being done by dairy producers across the country.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I heard from Dave Taylor from Vancouver Island, who knows how important supply management is for his family farm and locally produced high-quality dairy products. Now, Liberals claim to agree with Dave, but two sources with direct knowledge of NAFTA negotiations said Canada is ready to make concessions in our dairy market. The Dairy Farmers of Canada, representing nearly 12,000 family farms, are watching this government. Will the Prime Minister promise here and now that his government will make no concessions to our dairy market, yes or no?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said, I will not be negotiating in public, but what I will reassure Canadians, as I have throughout this summer and throughout this past year, we will not sign a bad deal for Canada or for Canadians. I know Conservatives are worried that we need to sign a deal even if it's a bad deal. We will not be doing that. We will be ensuring that whatever deal we move forward with is the right one for Canadians, and if there is not a good deal on the table, we will not sign.
The Honourable Member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, on May 3rd, 2010, the following was said in this House: providing opportunities for buddies to further their private interests and giving preferential treatment to people based on the buddies who represent them is illegal, regardless of whether or not money changed hands, and the member demanded to know what were the consequences for this activity. I wonder who said that, Mr. Speaker. Well, ironically, it was the Minister of Intergovernmental and Northern Affairs and Internal Trade who said that. So I'd like to know from the Prime Minister, does he agree with the 2010 opposition member from Beausejour that the current member from Beausejour should be sanctioned?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that we have a strong system and a commissioner that oversees on ethics and conflict of interest to ensure that all Canadians can have confidence in public office holders and indeed every member of Parliament. We ensure that we work with the conflict of interest and ethics commissioner, that we follow their rules, and that we make amends whenever they bring forward concerns. That's what we will continue to do, and we thank the ethics and conflict of interest commissioner for his hard work.
The Honourable Member for Milton. Order.
Very glad that the Prime Minister mentioned the Ethics Commissioner, because he said this week: I would really like to have the power to express a point of view as to the gravity of the contravention when we find a contravention and what kind of sanctions should be taken. It's important to know that there will be consequences if you don't respect something. Prime Minister said that we will move forward in the ways the Ethics Commissioner recommends. I see what the Ethics Commissioner is recommending. Will the Prime Minister take the Ethics Commissioner clear recommendation and determine sanctions against this minister?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has among the strongest ethics rules in the world for applying to members of Parliament, and we're always looking forward to do more. We know that the trust that people have in their institutions and government is the foundation of democracy, one that is shaky in some places in the world, not one that is shaky in Canada. But we always are willing to do more. We look forward to working with all parties in this House to look at how we can continue to bolster the confidence of Canadians in the excellence of these institutions we serve.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal summer of failure continues. Between June of 2017 and 2018, the RCMP intercepted some 26,000 illegal migrants. 56% of them had a non-immigrant U.S. visa. 65% had legal status in the U.S. In addition, nearly 2,000 of those illegal immigrants are U.S. citizens. Does the Prime Minister and his team not realize that under his leadership people are flouting the law? We have a plan. What is theirs? What is the Prime Minister waiting for to resolve this problem? Mr. Speaker, we acknowledge the challenge stemming from the fact that people are irregularly crossing our border. We can reassure Canadians that security screening is done and that the immigration process and refugee process is being applied to all people entering the country, whether they are irregular or not. We are fortunate to live in a country which is open and positive when it comes to immigration, and that is something that we are going to continue to defend by ensuring Canadians that we have a system that works. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to the Prime Minister to go to the U.S. side to read the billboard that says that it's illegal to cross the border that way. And I'd like to point out that 2,000 people crossed the border. They were illegal, but they're already American citizens. 16,000 of them have legal status in the United States. And we know that there are illegal migrants who are buying airplane tickets to cross the border. Why is the Prime Minister waiting so long to resolve this problem that has existed since his famous tweet? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are working with the U.S. administration to advance files that are important to Canadians, including border issues. We have obligations, international obligations, to analyze the files and applications for all people who cross the border. This is an obligation we have, and something that over generations has, in fact, immigration added to and contributed to Canada and to its culture. We are proud to have done so. We will continue to protect our immigration system.
Hill.
Mr. Speaker, 65% of the people who have illegally crossed the border into Canada and claimed asylum already had legal status in the United States, one of the safest democratic places in the world. Think about that for a second. Instead of prioritizing people that are languishing in UNHCR camps, instead of prioritizing genocide survivors being reunited with their families, he's doing this. How can he possibly think this is fair?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are responding in an appropriate and measured way with extra investments to ensure that we continue to apply in its integrity our immigration and refugee system. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives enjoy criticizing and drumming up fears and anxiety, but they have no plans other than perhaps to militarize our entire border. These will not work, Mr. Speaker. We are applying our immigration system in a responsible way. We are ensuring that it remains fair. We are ensuring that Canadians remain confident in the strength of our immigration system because they can and should be.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
It is not fair to prioritize people who have legal status in upstate New York over the reunion of a family member of a genocide survivor. That is not fair. It is not fair, Mr. Speaker, to call the fears of Canadians that our immigration system is no longer sustainable. That is not fair, Mr. Speaker, and that lies on the hands of this Prime Minister. When will he close the loophole in the Safe Third Country Agreement?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the Conservatives are putting forward criticisms without having any idea how they would actually fix this problem. We know how to fix this problem. We are working with stakeholders in the United States and around the world to remind them that there are no shortcuts to becoming a Canadian, that crossing irregularly or illegally does not get you into permanent status any quicker than any other way. This is something that is important to emphasize. The Conservatives are striking out trying to create divisions and fear, but they have no plan to handle things differently.
Honorable Député Salaberry-sur.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Yesterday, the answer by the Minister of Finance to my colleague for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie was completely off track. Elected representatives from Vaudreuil-Soulanges have been demanding answers of the NEB for 2 years on the Enbridge 9B pipeline. According to an excerpt from the letter that they received, and I quote, the NEB is obliged to put an end to the possibility of following up with the RCM. In other words, we don't like your questions, so we're not going to answer. People are entitled to answers. Does the Prime Minister find it normal for the NEB to be promoting the oil industry instead of citizens? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, there are people in this country, including members of the NDP, who believe that there's a choice that needs to be made between jobs and protecting the environment. We know that the only way to build a strong country in the future is to protect the environment while creating economic growth. That is why we are consulting. That is why we are working with Indigenous peoples, with communities. We are investing in environmental sciences in order to ensure that the decisions we make on the development of our economy protect the environment at the same time. This is something we take seriously, and we will always take seriously.
Patrie.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. In Quebec, the environment is a priority for people, and there's a true sense of urgency. But here, the Liberals are talking out of both sides of their mouths. Who says that? David Suzuki. From ordinary citizens right up to scientists, everyone is seeing Liberal duplicity. Suzuki even said that if the Minister of the Environment were honest, she would resign instead of defending the Liberal government. Does the Prime Minister think that buying a $4.5 billion pipeline using our money is a good way to fight climate change? Is that what he believes? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, once again, we can see that the NDP is claiming that there is a choice that must be made between the environment and what's good for the economy. We know that Canadians know that the only way to build a secure future for our children is to protect the environment, to fight climate change, and to invest in good jobs and a stronger future for our young people and for our communities. Doing those two together is something that the NDP doesn't understand how to do. That is why we will continue to take action, respectful action. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. And Mr. Speaker, the U.S. administration cut taxes which changed the competitive nature of the situation. But on this side of the border, the government hasn't done anything. There's a study that concluded that since the government hasn't done anything, some 635,000 jobs are at stake, a huge amount in the economy, and that's why John Manley, from the head of the conference board, has said that the government needs to have a plan to enhance competitiveness. Will the Prime Minister follow the advice of John Manley, who in passing used to be a Deputy Prime Minister, a Liberal Deputy Prime Minister? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we're very aware of the fact that we need to be competitive. Our businesses need to be competitive. That's why we are cutting taxes for small and medium-sized businesses across the country. We dropped them on January 1st. We will continue to reduce those taxes in January. And we are looking at ways of remaining competitive with the United States by looking at investments in competitiveness for our businesses. And so we are not going to do what the Conservatives are proposing and don't understand.
The Prime Minister's unprovoked and inaccurate partisan attack against Conservatives on NAFTA today confirms again that his election strategy is to strut around pretending to stand up to Donald Trump. Ironic, though, because his increases in taxes and his heavy regulation have led Canadian dollars to head right down south to Donald Trump's America, where Canadian investment is up 2/3 and U.S. investment in Canada is down by half. So will the Prime Minister stop all the drama on NAFTA and stop sending our money and jobs south of the border?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if the member opposite wants to clarify things, he can immediately say that he disagrees with Stephen Harper's analysis that it would be better to sign a bad deal than to have no deal, because that's what Stephen Harper is on record as having recommended to Canadian parliamentarians and to Canadian negotiators. If he disagrees with Stephen Harper on that position or on any other position, please let him say so and set the record straight.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
What I disagree with is this Prime Minister's agenda, which is sending money, business, and cheap oil into the arms of Donald Trump. His higher taxes have sent money south. He blocked a pipeline to the Atlantic and another to the Pacific, which means we have to pump cheap oil into the United States, and he gave $4 billion to a Texas oil company, which is building pipelines with Canadian tax dollars in Donald Trump's America. So, Mr. Speaker, again, will the Prime Minister stop the drama and stop sending our jobs, oil, and money down south?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Obviously, Mr. Speaker, the member opposite agrees with Stephen Harper that it is better to sign a bad deal than to have no deal. Well, we disagree and Canadians disagree. On the issue of getting our resources to new markets, we understand how important it is. And their failure for 10 years to get a pipeline built that will get our resources in a significant way to new markets is on them. We know that the way to get these things built properly is to work with Indigenous peoples and to make sure you're protecting the environment. That's what Canadians asked us to do. That's what we will be doing.
Honourable Member for Carleton. Order.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister personally intervened to veto a pipeline to the Pacific. Then he regulated to death another pipeline to the Atlantic. That means we have to send billions of dollars in discounted oil to Donald Trump's America. He then raised taxes on businesses, which has led Canadian investment in the U.S. to go up 2/3, while American investment in Canada is down by half. He then gave $4 billion to a Texas oil company to build pipelines down south. With enemies like that, Donald Trump doesn't need friends, Mr. Speaker.
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there is just too much wrong with the previous member's statement to go through it, but I will address the question of Energy East. Mr. Speaker, a private company made a determination that they no longer wanted to move forward with a project where oil was at half the price of what it had been when they initially proposed that project. It actually never reached a point where we could have weighed in on it one way or another, because they withdrew the project because they also had another pipeline going south that they had trouble filling the space on. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, this was a market decision by a private company, but the member opposite doesn't really know anything about that, does he?
Order. The honourable member, order. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
This summer I met Petra Schultz, an Edmonton mother who lost her son to an opioid overdose. She described the devastating impact this tragedy had on her family and many like hers. Today, we learned that over 1,000 Canadians lost their lives to opioid overdoses in the first 3 months of 2018, a 5% increase over 2017 and a 44% jump over 2016. Mr. Speaker, opioid deaths have increased every single year of this government's mandate. Will the Prime Minister admit his approach is failing and tell this House what he'll do to reverse this deadly epidemic?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are deeply concerned about the opioid crisis in Canada. Between January 2016 and March 2018, approximately 8,000 Canadians tragically lost their lives to apparent opioid-related overdoses. We have responded with new federal investments, new legislation, and regulatory action, such as $231.4 million in investments to improve access to treatment, to address stigma, and to gather more data to help address the opioid crisis. We know, Mr. Speaker, there is much more work to do, but we will not treat this as a criminal issue. We will work with our partners to increase access to treatment.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, the 15 weeks of EI sick leave are unfair. Joanne, one of our fellow citizens, had to go back to work while she was still sick, only 3 months after a very serious breast cancer case. What happens when people go back to work sick? They relapse. Joanne and her family lost everything, their home and their life savings. And what are the Liberals doing? Nothing. Hundreds of thousands of people need more than 15 weeks to get better. So when will this government finally act? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it is always difficult to hear stories of Canadians who are ill, and we are doing everything we can to help them. We have taken concrete commitments in order to improve the EI system to ensure that it responds better to the needs of Canadians. We have put in place the new caregivers benefit. We have made the EI rules more flexible, and we have speeded up the application process so that Canadians can get benefits more rapidly. There is always more to do, and we are working with Canadian families to help them even more.
St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, the economic, cultural, and ecological importance of our oceans to Atlantic Canadians cannot be overstated. And as depicted in Robert Chafe's play Between Breaths, the goals of working the sea and protecting our country's endangered whales are both vitally important to us. Can the Prime Minister confirm that our government's significant measures to protect the North Atlantic right whale have balanced the protection of this iconic species with the health of Atlantic Canada's fisheries?
Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the member from St. John's East for his question. We've put in place the necessary measures to protect this iconic species and to ensure continued access to our fisheries. Since taking clear and coordinated action, I'm happy to report that thus far we have not had a single reported death death of a North Atlantic right whale in Canadian waters. I also want to thank industry leaders who cooperated with our measures, but I am glad that our snow crab and lobster fishers have also enjoyed good fishing seasons.
Honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, when knocking on doors in my riding this summer, I kept hearing frustration. Frustration at this Prime Minister's continual failures. His failure to build a pipeline. His failure to support Canadian oil and instead importing it from countries like Saudi Arabia. His failure to keep jobs in Canada. His failure to support small businesses and instead over-regulating and over-taxing them, putting some of them right out of business. Does the Prime Minister understand that his failures are costing Canadians their livelihoods, and does he even care?
The Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, not only do we care about Canadians, but we've invested concretely in making their lives better. We're talking about 500,000 new full-time jobs since we took office. We're talking about the lowest unemployment rate in 40 years. We're talking about investments that have lifted hundreds of thousands of people out of poverty. We have lowered taxes for small businesses. We are drawing in global investment. We are delivering on the highest growth in the G7 last year. This is what Canadians expected. This is what we are delivering for the middle class and those working hard to join.
Order. The Honourable member for Lakeland.
But not for middle-class oil and gas workers. 1.2 million barrels a day are flowing through new pipelines approved and built under Conservatives, which will be 2 million when Keystone XL is done. No tax dollars needed. As of today, the Liberals have added zero after 3 years in government and blew $4.5 billion tax dollars that will go into the U.S. And every time the Prime Minister points to the past and blames others, he admits he failed, and they still have no plan for the future. Their summer of failure is becoming their legacy of failure, and it's hurting the whole country. When will he pull his ban on pipelines, Bill C-69, and give a plan for Trans Mountain?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, just to correct the record a little bit, as a government, we have expanded export capacity for the Alberta Clipper project. We approved the Nova Gas Pipeline, the Line 3 replacement project, the Arnold Apatite Mine, wood fibre LNG, the Ridley Island propane terminal. We are moving forward on getting projects done and getting them done the right way, which both respects Indigenous peoples and works in partnership with them. We are working to make sure that the environmental science and protection of our ecosystems is front of mind. We know that 10 years of failure by the Conservatives because of narrowing the scope of projects needs instead to restore confidence of Canadians.
Honourable member for Lakeland.
What about Trans Mountain? And for the last 2 years, they said over and over that their plan would have shovels in the ground by now. The Prime Minister himself said, quote, our government has completed the deepest consultations with rights holders ever on a major project in this country. He claimed their process brought in, quote, Indigenous communities, respects science, and gets the social relations. Well, the court clearly ruled he failed, 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 and failed. And today, there is no Trans Mountain expansion, and it's been 20 days without a plan. So why should Canadians believe any word he ever says?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
See, here's the difficulty, Mr. Speaker, for Conservatives. They've actually spent the past 3 years telling us we shouldn't be doing so much on the environment. We shouldn't be fretting about consultation with Indigenous peoples. We should just plow ahead like Stephen Harper did. Well, he didn't succeed in 10 years of trying to plow ahead. And what we've heard from the court recently was that it was good that we were doing consultations and working with Indigenous people. It's good that we were taking seriously the science, but we need to do a little more. That leaves the Conservatives on the wrong side of history, and we are going to do things the right way.
The Honourable member for Foothills.
When asked about the job losses in the energy sector, a direct result of Liberal failure on pipeline like Trans Mountain, the Liberals' response is to take credit for jobs at Amazon. Are they trying to say that the thousands of highly skilled professionals, welders, pipe fitters, engineers, who have lost jobs across Canada should find work at an Amazon warehouse? Another 8,000 Canadians are unemployed because of the Prime Minister's summer of failure. Wow. What is the Prime Minister's plan to get these experienced professionals back to work, I don't know, in the energy sector?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what folks in the energy sector understand very clearly is there is no path forward for our energy sector unless we also protect the environment, unless we build partnerships with Indigenous peoples. The old ways of doing things failed for 10 years under Conservatives. We now know that being respectful and thoughtful about how we move forward is what Canadians expect. That is exactly what we are going to do. While they are still worried about suddenly putting a price on pollution, we know that moving forward responsibly is the only way to get things done in this country.
Honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, recently I heard from Stefan, a veteran from my riding diagnosed with PTSD while serving in the Canadian Navy for 28 years. Counseling, medication, and therapy weren't working for him. It wasn't until he got his service dog, Sarge, that he could finally get out of the house, go for a walk, and talk to people. Sarge saved his life. The long-awaited Laval University study states that service dogs, like Sarge, save veterans' lives. Yet the Liberals continue to deny veterans and their families the funding they need. Why is this government stalling in providing the funding required for life-saving service dogs for veterans?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
As people have seen from investments of close to $10 billion in our veterans over the past 3 years, the mental health and well-being of veterans and families is a priority for this government. We've heard from veterans, the veterans community, that this is an important issue to them. So in Budget 2018, we expanded the medical expense tax credit for recognizing costs for psychiatric service dogs for 2018 and future years. And being based in evidence is important to us, so we're currently funding 3 research initiatives related to service animals. We continue to monitor the research to ensure that we're making the best decisions to support our veterans.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, for over a year, my office has been helping a mother whose son is in the military. Her son has PTSD and tragically is also suicidal. And despite his serious injury and critical situation, he's been forced to wait for almost a year for his medical claim to be processed by Veterans Affairs. He feels his government has abandoned him, and there are 7 others in his unit who feel the same. When will this government keep its promise to our veterans and get them the help that they so desperately need?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, this government recognizes that we have a sacred obligation to support our veterans and their families, and that includes investments in mental health. We have invested over the past 3 years about $10 billion in helping our veterans, in supporting their families, in moving forward on veterans' mental health benefits and supports, in reopening shuttered Veterans Affairs offices, but we recognize there is still more to do. We are working hard to meet the expectations and the needs of the veterans who've served this country so excellently for so many years. We will continue to be there for them, and I thank the member for her question.
Honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government's policies have once again failed our military. Canada needs effective equipment and highly trained personnel to maintain our defence obligations, but reports say that our military has a shortage of 275 pilots. As a former Air Force officer, I know that pilots do not want to fly 40-year-old used Australian F-18 fighter jets. Those planes are older than our current ones. Will this Prime Minister start supporting our military to attract and retain the pilots we need and finally cancel the interim purchase of these used fighter jets?
Order. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
As the member well knows, after a decade of Conservative cuts, we are proud that our government is making landmark investments in the Canadian Armed Forces. There has never been a better time for Canadians to join Canada's defence team. We're taking action to boost retention of our women and men in uniform, including with tax breaks and with more than $6 million a year for support and services for military families. We've introduced initiatives to speed up recruitment and training to ensure our Royal Canadian Air Force has all it needs to accomplish its mission.
The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, the Prime Minister
Minister's had 3 years, and his only solution is to spend $500 million on a pile of scrap metal from Australia. The Prime Minister just doesn't understand the consequences of his failures. Now, this report confirms that the Royal Canadian Air Force is short 275 pilots. And why are they leaving? Because nobody wants to fly a bunch of old, rusted-out fighter jets from Australia. When will the Prime Minister cancel this asinine interim policy of buying used jets, recruit and train new pilots, and finally stop failing our troops?
The right honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I know I'm not the only one in this House that finds it a little bit rich that the Conservatives are complaining about procurement processes when they completely botched our fighter jet procurement process from the beginning. They completely failed to get the equipment needed to our armed forces. They created the capability gap. We are fixing that. We are ensuring that the men and women in uniform who serve this country are used to given the equipment they need and not just used for photo ops like the Conservatives did every damn time.
The honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
The Prime Minister has failed to give injured veterans the support they have earned. Remember, the Prime Minister has told veterans that they are asking for too much. Yet these Liberals are giving a man convicted of murdering a police officer, a man who is not a veteran himself, money meant for veterans. He killed her, put her body in a compost bin, and dumped her under a bridge. When will the Prime Minister step in and stop this outrageous abuse of veterans' benefits?
The right honourable Prime Minister.
Here's something that we saw for 10 years the Conservative government did not acknowledge. When a man or woman serves in Canada's armed forces or in the RCMP, their whole family serves with them. We have made it a priority to not only improve benefits and services for our nation's veterans, but for their families as well. Since 2016, investments have totaled $10 billion for veterans programs and services, including the hiring of over 470 staff to increase delivery capacity. In regards to the tragic and terrible case the member opposite mentioned, due to laws around privacy and confidentiality.
The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, our government understands the importance of fostering a culture of curiosity among our kids and youth. Today is the Prime Minister's Science Fair, which highlights both our outstanding students and science centres across Canada. I am extremely excited to see all of the amazing projects that the students have brought for us today. Can the Prime Minister please explain to this House the benefits of getting our youth interested in science?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for Scarborough Agincourt for her work on her file and her question. We are delivering on our promise to restore science to its rightful place in Canada. We are strengthening Canada's labs and classrooms with the largest investment in fundamental research in Canada's history. I'm looking forward to seeing the amazing work of our youngest researchers and scientists later today and invite everyone to come join. Unlike the Harper Conservatives, we celebrate, promote, and believe in science-based decision-making.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister doesn't seem to understand why the dairy producers from across Canada are here on the Hill. Does he even know why the next generation of producers protested in front of his office this summer? Well, I can tell him why. Because they don't believe him. He plays with words. He hasn't told them about his real intentions with regard to supply management. Will he finally tell the truth? Or, once again, is he going to add another failure to his list of summer failures? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I would like to thank the Conservative member for defending supply management. I note it is not unanimous on their side of their House. So I know that on this side, we all agree that supply management is a priority for our government and for Canadians. We're going to continue to protect supply management and to support our farm producers, especially our dairy producers. They do excellent work every single day to deliver a clean, high-quality product to Canadians. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, the last Genie ceremony recalled the work of a number of generations of Quebecers to put culture on our screens, but the problem is that is now in danger. Our young people are growing up with Netflix and YouTube, multinationals that couldn't care less about our language and culture. The former Heritage Minister spent 3 years saying it was time to act, but then she did nothing. Does the new Minister of Heritage, will he let the Minister of Heritage do his work and intervene before the next elections? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know that it is important to protect culture in Quebec and across Canada, and that is why that we invested historic amounts to restore funding to Radio-Canada CBC. We doubled funding for the Canada Council of the Arts, and we are going to continue to invest and to defend our cultural industries because we know that it is good for our identity, but it is also good for jobs and the economy. I trust our Minister of Heritage, and I know that he's going to continue his excellent work. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. To ensure the safety of Canadians, we have to cope with instability across the globe. In November, we announced a series of commitments with a view to optimizing Canada's impact and to allow it to be as useful as possible within UN efforts. In March, we announced that we were intending to deploy an operational air task force in Mali for a period of 1 year. Can the Prime Minister please update us on this peacekeeping operations in Mali? Thank you. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Saint-Jean for his question and for his work. After a decade of darkness under the Conservatives, we are getting involved again in peacekeeping in Mali. In August, we attained our full operational capacity in Mali. Our armed forces are working closely with UN forces, and they are providing a medevac service 24/7, which is saving lives. I'd like to thank our brave men and women in uniform for the unbelievable work that they do every day. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Etchemin-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, after the terrible fire that destroyed the Voltigeur de Québec Armory, we, the Conservatives, spared no effort to restore this gem of Quebec heritage. But after their lamentable summer of failure, 2 experts confirmed today that the Liberals are attacking the integrity of the Quebec Citadel with non-compliant, lesser-quality American stone. It is still a time for them to undo this insult by using the original stone. So what is the Prime Minister waiting for to take our heritage seriously? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we care about the historical heritage of Quebec City, especially that of the Old City and its UNESCO status, and we are protecting it. The bidder must respect the guidelines to ensure that the UNESCO status is adhered to. And the department is going to do due diligence because we understand how important it is for the city. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Mr. Speaker, in Quebec, in the midst of the election campaign, all 4 party leaders presented a united front on supply management. It's a national priority. The 4 leaders are calling on the Canadian government to protect supply management in its entirety. Will the Canadian government agree with the Quebec consensus and commit to protecting supply management in its entirety, or will it decide to listen to the Conservatives' main advisor, Brian Mulroney, who wants to open yet another gap in supply management? Why does he never say in its entirety? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, as I have said many times in this House, and as I have told the farmers and dairy producer producers in Canada, we are going to protect supply management. We know that Americans want us to eliminate this system that works for Canadians and that works for our farmers and dairy producers, and we're going to continue to defend the supply management system that works.
Point of order.
Mr. Speaker, it was brought to my attention that an outburst of enthusiasm. I may have used a word that was unparliamentary. I withdraw that word and apologize to anyone who was offended.
I thank the Right Honourable Prime Minister for his apology.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, I have a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent of the House for the following motion.
The government to put the complete abolition of the system of supply management on the negotiating table in order to facilitate a new NAFTA agreement with our American partners and bring down the prices of milk, poultry and eggs for Canadian consumers. Yes?
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? No, there is no consent. Order is, tabling of documents. Order. I would encourage, I know this is an opportunity when members take to have some conversations, often one side with the other, and that's very valuable and important. However, I encourage members to take their conversations into the lobbies or elsewhere. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills, statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
34.1. The honour to present to the House in both official languages a report of the Canadian Group of the Interparliamentary Union respecting its participation, Mr. Speaker, at the annual parliamentary hearings at the United Nations in New York, United States on February 22nd and 23rd, 2018. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian delegation to the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association respecting its participation at the Sous-Commission sur l'avenir de la sécurité et des capacités.
The Commission on Security in South Korea from the 11th to 14th October 2017. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
To present in both official language the 13th report on Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food in relation to Bill 281, an act to establish a National Local Food Day. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House without amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Excellent. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 104 and 114, I have the honor to present in both official languages the 69th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding the membership of committees of the House. If the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence in the 69th report later today. Thank you, Speaker.
Dépôt de projet.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. Excuse me. I'm sorry, the Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre. It's rising.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the House gives its consent, I move that the 69th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to the House earlier today be concurred in.
Member for the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you will find unanimous consent for the following motion, that the membership of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs be amended as follows. Ms. Lapointe for Ms. Tassi, and Mrs. Cusi for Mr. Richards, and that the name of Mr. Richards be added to the list of associate members of the said committee.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. Okay. Presentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present two petitions. Yesterday, a number of the same petitions, my first one, were presented by other members of Parliament representing, I think, cross-party concerns as represented by petitioners who asked this House to act to protect the rights of all children, even those children whose parents have been incarcerated or who are otherwise suffering from addictions, that all children should be receiving the Canada Child Benefit and Child Special Allowances, and that standards be set to ensure that no children are excluded in this country. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, goes to the issue of veterans, protection of veterans' rights, and specifically residents of my constituency of Saanich Gulf Islands ask that the House assembled call on the Minister of Veterans Affairs to remove any and all statutory limits on back pay eligibility and for disability allowances, recognizing that there are a number of delays in these veterans accessing their rights, and that to penalize them further by having such limitations on back pay are also unfair in the circumstances. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pelon. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present a petition from people in Alfred Pelon who want bicycle zones. They're worried about motorized bicycles, but these vehicles represent dangers for those using bicycle lanes.
Call upon the Minister of Transport to amend the definition of power-assisted bicycle in order to ensure the safety of bicycle path users. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, and I have a petition with a number of signatures on it regarding the Canadian Charter of Rights and the freedom of conscience, the freedom of thought, and the freedom of belief as fundamental freedoms. And this goes back to the Canada summer jobs and the attestation requiring applicants to hold the same views as the government, which would likely contravene the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and therefore asking the Prime Minister to defend those freedoms of conscience, thought, and belief, and withdraw the requirement for the applicants that are making the Canada Summer Jobs program to attest to these. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of presenting a petition from a number of constituents from my riding in the region of Waterloo. These citizens are drawing it to the attention of the House that the Section 2 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms identifies, among other things, freedom of conscience, freedom of thought, and freedom of belief as a fundamental freedom. And they believe that the current Liberal government's proposed attestation regarding Canada Summer Jobs Program applicants to hold the same views as government would contravene the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Therefore, these petitioners are calling on the House of Commons and Parliament assembled to defend the freedom of conscience, thought and belief and withdraw the attestation requirements for applicants to the Canada Summer Jobs Program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Courtney Alberni.
Speaker, I'm honoured to table a petition on behalf of constituents in Courtney. Mr. Speaker, they're calling on the Government of Canada to address the opioid crisis. With over 4,000 Canadians dying in 2017 and 2,800 in 2016 due to preventable opioid overdoses resulting from fentanyl poison sources, the number of preventable deaths has surpassed the total number of deaths of all other public health emergencies in the last 20 years, including SARS, H1N1, and Ebola. Mr. Speaker, they're calling on the government to declare the current opioid overdose and fentanyl poisoning crisis a national public health emergency under the Emergencies Act in order to manage and resource it with the aim to reduce and eliminate preventable deaths, and to reform current drug policy to decriminalize personal possession, and to create with urgency and immediacy a system to provide safe, unadulterated access to substances so that people who use substances experimentally, recreationally, or chronically are not at imminent risk of overdose due to a contaminated source.
Member for Whitby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to present e-petition 1590, which has been sponsored and certified by the Clerk of Petitions. It has been signed by 514 Canadians and calls on the government to establish the last day of February as Rare Disease Day. Rare diseases affect many Canadians, including a young woman from my riding of Whitby named Victoria Lacey, who visited me on the Hill last spring as part of the Canadian Association of Rare Disorders Lobby Day. Knowledge and treatment of rare diseases is still fragmented, and Canadians diagnosed with rare diseases face a host of challenges, which this day will help to increase awareness for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Elgin, Middlesex, London seems to be campaigning for the member for Lethbridge to be next. That's where I was going in any event. The member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is my pleasure to present a petition called e-petition 1608 in the House of Commons. This petition was started this spring by a member of my riding. He's 15 years old and his name is Ryan Slingerland. He's an incredibly engaged young man. He's a Canadian who is informed with the proceedings of this House, and he read through Bill C-71, which has been put forward by the Liberals, and he deemed this piece of legislation a failed piece of legislation, as it does not actually protect Canadians and ensure their security. So he put together a petition calling on the scrapping of Bill C-71, and it has collected more than 86,000 signatures from coast to coast.
Listen over there, JP.
Mr. Speaker, it is the second most signed e-petition in all of Canada's history, and it is my pleasure to present it to the House.
Thank you, member. Of course, I remind members that they're not to comment about whether they're happy about presenting or pleasure or like it or not, but present the petition. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Because seniors are having trouble paying for medications in my riding, Nanaimo Ladysmith, because 1 in 5 people are unable to fill prescriptions for financial reasons, because we hear every day stories of seniors especially splitting pills or skipping dosage in order to make their medications last, I bring to this House a petition with signatories from Nanaimo, Ladysmith and Calgary urging this government to implement universal affordable childcare, and they note that the savings from universal drug coverage for Canadians by moving to a universal affordable system, the savings would be in billions of dollars. So not only is it the right thing and ethical thing to do and the healthy thing to do, but also a wise investment by this government. Thank you.
Honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Today to present. The first is in support of postal banking. And these petitioners acknowledge that nearly 2 million Canadians desperately need an alternative to payday lenders whose crippling lending rates affect the poor, marginalized, rural, and Indigenous communities most. We have 3,800 Canada Post outlets in existence in rural areas where there are few or no banks. And because of these postal outlets, the infrastructure is there to include postal banking. And so they request that the Government of Canada enact my motion, M166, to create a committee to study and propose a plan for postal banking under the Canada Post Corporation. My second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from veterans and those who support veterans. They want the government to remember that until March of 1947, the Government of Canada issued a Canadian Volunteer Service Medal for volunteers in the Canadian Forces. They would like this government to recognize, by means of the creation and issuance of a new Canadian Military Volunteer Service Medal, designated the Canadian Military Volunteer Service Medal, for volunteers who have served in the regular forces, reserve military forces, cadet corps, and support staff, and the folks who have completed this honourable service for at least 1 year. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Confederation.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition in support of my private member's bill, Bill C-316, which comes up for second reading next week. The petition was submitted by members of the National Capital Region Gift of Life Network. The petitioners from around Ottawa-Gatineau are calling on this House to improve the organ donation system in Canada by making the process to register as an organ donor easier. This would be achieved by adding a simple question to our annual tax returns. Every organ donor has a potential to save 8 lives, but we need to make registering to be a donor easier. Hundreds of Canadians die every year awaiting a life-saving transplant, and we can do better. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Notices of motion for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And again, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand at this time also.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government Orders, Government Bill of Commons, second reading of Bill C-81, Accessible Canada Act.
Ms. Qualtrough, seconded by Ms. Bennett, moves that Bill C-81, an act to ensure a barrier-free Canada, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Debate. The Honourable Minister for Accessibility.
Here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today is a historic day for disability rights in Canada. It is truly an honour to stand up in the House of Commons and open debate on the second reading of Bill C-81, the Accessible Canada Act, an act to ensure a barrier-free Canada. Monsieur le Président, aujourd'hui...
Mr. Speaker, today is an historic day when it comes to accessibility, and it's an honour for me to rise today to speak in this House and to open debate at second reading on Bill C-81, Accessible Canada Act, and acted to make Canada barrier-free.
It enhances the legal framework for addressing the barriers to inclusion faced by millions of Canadians on a daily basis. From a substantive point of view, it requires the Government of Canada and entities within federal jurisdiction to address not only the barriers themselves, but also the systems that perpetuate these barriers. In and of itself, this will promote equality of opportunity. But it does more than just this. This bill sends a clear message to Canadians with disabilities that no more will they be treated as an afterthought. No more will they be systematically denied opportunities for inclusion. Today we are sending the message that Canadians with disabilities are valued civic, social, and economic contributors to Canadian society with full rights of citizenship. The history of how we have treated Canadians with disabilities is not a proud one. It is a history of institutionalization, of sterilization, of social isolation. We addressed our fears of what we didn't understand and of difference by creating systems that by design took children away from their families, systems that took power away from our citizens, systems that perpetuated a medical model of disability that saw persons with disabilities as objects of charity and passive recipients of welfare. We treated our citizens as if they were broken, when in fact it was our systems and policies that were broken. In my own experience, my parents were told that I should be sent to a school for the blind, that public school was not for me, and rather I should be shipped provinces away, far away from my family and friends. I can't imagine how different my life would have been if my parents hadn't insisted that I had a right to be publicly educated in my own community, if I had been separated from my loved ones and sent away at age 5. It's important to acknowledge this history. It's important not to forget. But thankfully, Canada's history is also replete with individuals, families, and organizations who fought these systems. As we all know, Canada has a robust human rights system with strong anti-discrimination laws. Disability is a protected ground under these laws and the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And of course, Canada is a signatory to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities. But anti-discrimination laws, while important, are by design reactive. We have to wait until individuals are denied a service, a job, a program, and then the system kicks in to determine if that denial was discriminatory. We literally have to wait until people are discriminated against before we can help them. And these laws place the burden of advancing human rights on individuals. The opportunity for systemic change can be limited and costly. It's incredible to think that currently close to 60% of the complaints to the Canadian Human Rights Commission are on the basis of disability. But again, thankfully, we have these laws. For it's my belief that the most important advances in disability rights in our country have been achieved through individuals using these laws to demand equality. There has been change, but it has been slow. As our understanding of disability has evolved, the medical model is giving way to a human rights-based social model. We no longer see the individual's disability or impairment as the barrier to inclusion. Rather, it's the barriers created by society that prevent people with disabilities from enjoying their human rights on an equal basis with others. And that is where Bill C-81 comes in. Today I stand before you to support a bill that will significantly transform how Canada addresses discrimination and ensures equality for all. As the first ever minister responsible for accessibility, I take my responsibilities seriously. I want to set a standard worthy of Canadians and of Canada's place in the world. Bill C-81 is meant to promote broad organizational and cultural change across the nation. It will benefit all Canadians, especially Canadians with disabilities, by taking the steps to realize a truly accessible and inclusive Canada. It will proactively identify, remove, and prevent barriers in a number of areas. Accessibility standards will be established by regulation in the areas of employment, the built environment, information and communication technologies, procurement, program and service delivery, and transportation. Bill C-81 applies to Parliament, the Government of Canada, Crown corporations, and other federally regulated sectors and entities, including organizations in the transportation, telecommunications, broadcasting, and banking sectors. These entities will be required to comply with the accessibility standards. In this way, Bill C-81 builds upon the existing rights of persons with disabilities under the Charter and the Canadian Human Rights Act. It also represents a significant step in Canada's ongoing implementation of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities. And at this point, I will pause to put on the record the incredible collaboration that led to this bill. In June of 2016, we launched an ambitious public consultation process in Canada that took us across the country, meeting with Canadians and stakeholders to talk about what an accessible Canada means to them. And we did it in the most accessible way possible, to ensure that everyone was able to participate and have their say in what accessibility legislation could look like. We held 18 public consultations and 8 thematic roundtables. We had a significant online component. We held a national youth forum with the Prime Minister. We worked with Indigenous groups. It truly signaled a new era of leadership and collaboration on disability issues. We heard from 6,000 citizens from across the country. We heard about physical and architectural barriers that impede people's ability to move freely in built environments, use public transportation, access information, or use common technology. We heard about attitudes, beliefs, and misconceptions that some people have about people with disabilities and what we can and cannot do. And we heard about outdated policies and practices that simply don't take into account the barriers that are being faced on a daily basis. Time and time again, Canadians with disabilities told us the same thing. We are not an afterthought. We are citizens deserving of the same rights and having the same responsibilities as other citizens. We are capable and valuable members of society. We don't want to be looked at as people who need accommodation, and we don't want to be treated like some sort of burden. By bringing their unique knowledge and extensive networks to the table, the Government of Canada was able to get an even better understanding of what the disability community wants their Canada to look like. With this clear message as a backdrop, there are 5 principles recognized in Bill C-81. It's upon these principles that this bill is based, and it is these principles that will serve to guide future interpretation. First, all persons must be treated with dignity, regardless of their abilities or disabilities. Second, all persons must have the same opportunity to make for themselves the lives that they are able and wish to have. Third, all persons must have barrier-free access to full and equal participation in society. Fourth, all persons must have meaningful options and be free to make their own choices with support if they desire. And finally, laws, policies, programs, services, and structures must take into account the abilities and disabilities of persons and the different ways that persons interact with their environments. Persons with disabilities must be involved in the development and the design. Ultimately, Bill C-81 recognizes that barriers to accessibility are at the heart of the inequity between Canadians with and without disabilities. And these principles will guide Parliament, the Government of Canada, and the federally regulated private sector in offering accessible services to Canadians. These principles are reflected in the definitions in the bill. It was important to be as inclusive as possible in the scope of Bill C-81, and an important step was to look at the language we use. We wanted to put the emphasis on the barriers, not on the specific cause of the impairment or diagnosis of disability. If you'll remember, it's the barrier that gets in the way of the full and meaningful participation of our citizens, not our disabilities. The definition of barrier and disability put forth in Bill C-81 draw upon the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. They are broad and inclusive, supported the greatest numbers of Canadians. The bill is meant to inspire and drive a deep cultural transformation, and part of that transformation is through changing the way we talk about accessibility and disability. But it is also about changing existing government structures and systems and creating new ones. It's about putting these aspirations into action. The bill will create several new entities with significant compliance and enforcement functions. A new Accessibility Commissioner, a member of the Canadian Human Rights Commission, will be responsible for compliance and enforcement in the areas not covered by the Canadian Transportation Agency and the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission. Individuals can file complaints with the Accessibility Commissioner if they have been harmed or suffered property damage or economic loss as a result of a contravention of regulations made under Bill C-81. In other words, if the accessibility standards have not been complied with. A Chief Accessibility Officer will report to the Minister and advise on accessibility issues. A particular focus will be on systemic and emerging issues. The Canadian Accessibility Standards Development Organization, or CASDO, will be responsible for overseeing the development of accessibility standards. CASDO would also provide technical expertise in relation to standards and support research and best practices with respect to the identification, removal, and prevention of accessibility barriers. The CASDO board will be comprised of a majority of members with lived disability experience. Amongst other initiatives, this last element enshrines into law the long-standing demand of the disability community that people with disabilities need to be involved in the creation and implementation of the policies and programs that affect their lives. In short, nothing about us without us. The bill will also require that regulated entities create and publish accessibility plans and report on their progress, and that persons with disabilities be consulted as these plans and reports are developed. The bill also provides real teeth to ensure meaningful and lasting change in our institutions. This includes measures such as proactive inspections, monetary penalties, and individual complaints. A number of bodies will be responsible for dealing with these cases and administering compliance and enforcement measures. The Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission will be responsible for compliance and enforcement with respect to broadcasting and telecommunications, using their existing powers. The Canadian Transportation Agency will be responsible for compliance and enforcement within the transportation sector with enhanced powers. The Federal Public Sector Labour Relations and Employment Board will address complaints by eligible federal public servants and parliamentary employees. All of their complaints will proceed through the Accessibility Commissioner. Two final points on the substance of Bill C-81. First, this bill will designate the week commencing the last Sunday in May as National Accessibility Week. This will be a time to recognize the efforts of individuals, communities, and workplaces who are actively removing barriers to give Canadians of all abilities a better chance to succeed. It will also contribute to the awareness raising and culture shift that we are all trying to achieve. Second, the bill gives the Canadian Human Rights Commission responsibility for monitoring the Government of Canada's implementation of the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Both Canadian stakeholders and the international community have been calling for such a designation for some time. When our Prime Minister and government speak of inclusion and diversity, we speak of the importance of having many voices at the table, and this includes persons with disabilities. This has steered my work on this file. The Accessible Canada Act is foundational and builds upon our government's ongoing commitment to accessibility and disability issues. We have achieved a lot over the past 3 years for Canadians with disabilities. I think of our accession to the Marrakesh Treaty and our work on the UN Optional Protocol. I think of the disability supplement within the Canada Child Benefit and the increase to CPP disability. I think of our work on the excessive demand provision in our immigration law. I think of our government's recent appointment of a deputy minister responsible for an accessible public service and our commitment to hiring 5,000 persons with disabilities into the federal public service over the next 5 years. We have also made significant investments in accessibility, such as the recent announcement of approximately $290 million to advance the Accessible Canada agenda, as well as our government's addition of $77 million for a total fund of $227 million over 10 years dedicated to the removal of barriers in the built environment through the Enabling Accessibility Fund. These are all important steps. With the Accessible Canada Act, the Government of Canada is transforming how we as a country think about accessibility and the value we place on the increased inclusion of Canadians with disabilities. It also demonstrates our government's commitment to the advancement of disability rights in a real, concrete way. Bill C-81 sends a strong message. Canada is a leader in accessibility. Ce projet de loi envoie un message très fort.
This bill sends a very strong message that Canada is a leader in accessibility.
Bill C-81 will be one of the tools the government can use to address accessibility on a systemic basis. The work doesn't stop there. There is a need for the Government of Canada, both as an employer and as a provider of service to Canadians, to show leadership and model accessibility. There is a need to support businesses and institutions. There is a need to promote the culture change required such that accessibility is seen as a universal priority. I hope that our government's actions will inspire other governments and industries to get on board with forward-looking policies and practices. Today, as we lay the groundwork for an accessible future, I'm calling on provinces and territories, the corporate sector, and all other partners to reflect on the role they have to play. After all, this is central to our values as Canadians.
Today, as we lay the groundwork for an accessible future, I'm calling on provinces and territories, the corporate sector, and all other partners to reflect on the role they have to play. After all, this is central to our values as Canadians.
I really believe that we are making lives better for Canadians with disabilities. And this is just the beginning. There's still a lot of work to do to create a Canada without barriers, and I look forward to continuing the discussion with Canadians and parliamentarians throughout our review of Bill C-81. I look forward to building an accessible Canada together. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Barrie Springwater Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for her presentation and speech here today. And there are many things in the Minister's speech that I believe in and I respect and certainly support. And it became very clear in the speech. It says, change has been slow. And that is absolutely correct. It has been slow. In fact, it's been 3 years that we've been promised the Accessibility Act, the Act for those Canadians with disabilities. And with the passage of this legislation, I guess the question I would have, if it were to receive assent tomorrow, what tangible effect would it have other than the $290 million spent and the 5,000 new employees hired? What tangible effect on Canadians with disabilities would they feel day one?
The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement and Minister of Accessibility.
I thank my colleague for his question. Immediately, we will see a difference in the lives of Canadians, not only because what we are telling them is that they are valued and contributing members of society, but we will begin immediate work to create the standards that we will then hold both the Government of Canada and federally regulated private sector companies too. We can't afford not to do this, quite frankly. It's a time where, as much as this is a matter of being the right thing to do, and it's a matter of being an issue of human rights, quite frankly, we have 14% of the population that is an untapped economic potential for our country. We know that if businesses were to accommodate Canadians with disabilities, that the GDP of our country would increase by 1.3 to 1.9% a year. That's $38 billion a year in the increase to the economics of our country. And that's just by including Canadians with disabilities. There is a strong business case. Businesses that recognize that they don't have access potentially to 14% of consumers, businesses with untapped, shortages of labor, realize that there's an untapped labor pool out there of willing and educated and loyal and smart and helpful and innovative Canadians who are desperate for jobs and desperate to contribute to this country. By starting down...
Sorry, I do have to allow for other questions. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for the response. In your response, Minister, you mentioned that you would be able to tell them right away what the new standards would be with relation to persons with disabilities and accessibility across this country. Yet last night, when I attended the briefing, I asked this exact question: what are the new standards? What will they be? How will they affect both public spaces, federal spaces, as well as the private sector regulated by the federal government? And their answer was, well, we don't know. We don't know what the standards and regulations will be. So how could those standards and regulations not be able to be communicated to members of this House, but somehow day one upon assent, we're going to be able to put them into being right away, and we're going to be able to encourage the private sector right away to hold up to them? And this follow-up question that would be, how is it that we're supposed to prepare the private sector for this change as parliamentarians when we don't even know what they are?
The Honourable Minister for Accessibility.
Thank you. What I said was we were going to start down the path of creating these standards. We have deliberately created an independent organization through Bill C-81 that will be comprised of industry leaders and disability experts to create standards that will work for both industry and the disability community. We can use existing standards, we can build upon these standards, we can create new ones. We are leaving the flexibility into the regulation stage in order to make sure that we don't create a situation where people aren't ready. But we know, and industry has known for some time, that this was coming. We have these standards provincially in Ontario. What we know is this is good for business, and business knows that this is good for business.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague, the Minister, for tabling this historic legislation here today. And I look forward to working in a collegial fashion so that all of us here can strengthen this bill because it's something that all Canadians deserve. I was intrigued and inspired when the Minister suggested in her presentation of Bill C-81 that she's inspired by the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And as we know, that was ratified in 2010, and we have had no movement since for its implementation. But I do want to note, especially because we don't get a lot of media coverage for the issues affecting this vulnerable population and the people that care about them. So I do want to reiterate, there are aspects of the Accessibility Act that allow for partial or blanket exemptions for some important agencies. There are no timelines and there are no requirements. So I would like to hear, if I could, do we see the Accessibility Act here as implementing the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons Living with Disabilities?
Honourable Minister of Accessibility.
Thank you, and I thank the honourable member for her question. For some time, the disability community has been calling on Canada to more actively implement the UN Convention. We've taken some steps, but I absolutely agree with the member that we haven't moved far enough ahead, and I see this particular law as a big step forward towards the implementation, the full implementation of the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. We're working on the UN Optional Protocol. A particular exciting part of Bill C-81 for me is designating the Canadian Human Rights Commission as the organization responsible for monitoring our implementation of the UN Convention. I think these steps go a long way. I look forward to working with the member in committee and in other opportunities to make this bill the best we can for Canadians with disabilities.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the Minister for telling her personal story about this at the introduction of her speech. I think that's incredibly important to be able to connect to these stories, to understand why this piece of legislation is so important. When I was on municipal council in Kingston, I fell by accident into being appointed to sit on the chair of the Municipal Accessibility Advisory Committee. And one of the things, I didn't know much about accessibility or the requirements or the needs. If you'd asked me about accessibility before that, I would have said it's a ramp to get into a store. And I think that so many Canadians don't quite understand it. What I learned through that committee and the education that I got through that and understanding the vast array of accessibility requirements out there really truly educated me on it. I'm curious if the Minister can comment on how important that education is to Canadians, to expose Canadians to what the requirements are and why it's so important. And also if she could comment briefly on why Canada needs the Accessible Canada Act.
The Honourable Minister of Accessibility.
I thank the member for his question. Certainly, it's very apparent why we need this act. We need it because right now and for so long, Canadians with disabilities have had on their own the burden of advancing their rights, of insisting that they be treated as equal participants in our country, and we are saying with this bill no more. We are proactively creating a system of standards whereby it will be incumbent upon governments and institutions to take that burden and make sure that accessibility is ensured for all. The thing about accessibility is it will inspire a culture shift. It will inspire a different way of looking at fellow citizens, because if I can get into your business, I can spend my money there. I can work there. Me and my friends can eat there. If your restaurant isn't accessible and I can't go to the bathroom, I won't be eating there, and the 10 people I'm dining with won't be eating there. A 3,000-person convention these days, that the location of that convention is dictated by the 8 accessible rooms that convention needs because 8 of its participants have disabilities. There's a massively important business case here for accessibility.
Here.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Barrie Springwater, Oro Medonte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's certainly an honour to rise today regarding Bill C-81. Madam Speaker, I wanted to begin by telling a little bit of a personal story in relation to this bill and the effect I think that all parties are trying to have with regards to persons with disabilities and accessibility as a whole across this country. When I was a young man, I was exposed to a person who was living with a disability in very close proximity. My grandfather was blinded as a Royal Canadian Engineer in World War II, and he was a person who was incredibly diligent and incredibly powerful person, and was able to cut his own lawn, was able to chop wood, was able to make wood fires, and these are just memories I have as a kid. And when I was 10 years old, it became even closer, where my mother was hit by a car when she was crossing the road, faced a permanent head injury and permanent injuries to her body, affecting her ability to walk, ability to maneuver, a couple of years on the couch. And so growing up, I can tell you I understand what the effects of disability are to those around the person I'll never really understand the impact to the person themselves. But I clearly understand the cycle of poverty that exists in this country that should not, in relation to persons who have disabilities or, in many cases, children with parents who have disabilities, etc. And it is a very, very important subject matter, incredibly important, one that we far too often leave to the side. And so no matter what is being brought forward in relation to accessibility, in relation to persons with disabilities, I think everyone in this House is happy, is content, is joyous when we see a move forward in the right direction. I think there's no question that all of us would want to see more movement on this subject. But I have questions. I have questions that I'm left with after speaking with both ministerial staff as well as with the minister who was kind enough to reach out to me for a phone call this week. I have questions after the minister's speech and introduction of the bill, after the tabling of the bill in June. Questions like, when will these new regulations actually come into effect? There's a 6-year time frame on the funding, which would suggest that in this entire process could take another 6 years after this bill becomes law. How much will this bill cost the federal coffers as well as private businesses across this country? What are the new standards? What will they actually look like? Will they reflect what's in Ontario, what's in Nova Scotia or BC, where those 3 provinces are, quite frankly, leading the country? Why are we voting on this legislation without understanding what those new regulations and those new standards will be? How do we as parliamentarians effectively communicate what this bill actually means to Canadians if we don't know what those standards and regulations are? What is the $290 million for? Can you give us a breakdown of how that will be spent? It's a question that I asked last night at the briefing, Madam Speaker. Do we have estimates or examples of the potential costs to the private sector? When asked last night, ministerial staff said no, they do not. Yet we have 3 provinces who put incredible legislation in place, groundbreaking legislation, sometimes too quickly, sometimes too slow. But we have examples that we can learn from, and that data has not been provided to members of this House. What tangible effect will this have day one, and what does this change mean on day one upon assent? These are serious questions that we need to come to terms with as we go through this process, as we go through the committee stage, and as we come back to this House, so that we as members of this House can provide correct, legitimate information, not just to the private sector companies that will be affected, not just to the government agencies that will be affected, but to Canadians who are living with disabilities, Canadians who worry about accessibility, family members of those individuals. We need to be able to provide very current, structured information to ensure that this is not just another piece of legislation that may come or may go somewhere someday. I really firmly believe, as a parliamentarian, that the opportunity to vote on this bill and to understand the standards would significantly improve both my ability to do my job, but also improve the speed in which we actually affect Canadians with disabilities. We actually affect change in such a significant area. Now, in 2016-17, Global Affairs Canada spent $4.2 billion on foreign aid, and I can run through all of them, and it ranges from Afghanistan at $232 million and right down to Colombia at $66 million. But when I asked the question to the Library of Parliament about how much money do we spend each and every year on accessibility and Canadians with disabilities, across departments, because there is the department, but there's also money spent in other areas on this specific item.
I couldn't be given an exact answer. C-81 proposes we spend $290 million. There's also a bump up in funding for Accessibility Canada Fund. But the $290 million is not going directly to helping Canadians with disabilities. It is going to things like audits to figure out perhaps what changes need to be made in government buildings. Perhaps it's going to consultants to say which buildings are we going to look at on a go-forward basis versus those which we're going to retrofit. But we still don't have a breakdown of where these dollars are actually going to end up. We know it's going to end up hiring more public servants, and specifically those who are living with disabilities. And I don't think anybody in this House would ever say anything negative about hiring somebody with a disability and being able to bring that culture within the arms of government. But the $290 million doesn't even scratch the surface of what it will cost this government, what it will cost the taxpayers and the federally regulated private sector to catch up to these new standards. Now, I'm not saying it's too expensive to do. I don't want to be misinterpreted here. But I am saying, in order to effectively fulfill what we're trying to achieve, which is bettering life for persons with disabilities, we need to be able to eloquently, clearly, and with clarity explain what these changes mean to individuals, to businesses, and to government. Now, we know how much we spend on foreign aid, and I hope we can find out how much we're spending on Canadians with disabilities. We know how much we're willing to spend abroad on non-Canadian citizens. I hope we can find out how much we spend on some of Canada's most at risk. Now, as many of us know, this legislation was introduced in June 2018, 2.5 years after the government took power. It's only after 3 cabinet shuffles that we finally get to the place that we are now. And I do not blame the minister for that. Certainly some of those circumstances were challenging for the government. But why has it taken so long for legislation to finally be introduced? The first mandate letter called for this work to begin in November 2015. In fact, the Liberal platform called for this work to happen. Each mandate letter since has called on the minister to be responsible to continue the consultation process and to produce legislation. Now we have this bill in front of us, and we can know and see that all it does is actually call for more consultation and for the regulatory process changes to begin being looked at. It doesn't actually bring those changes to Canadians. So after 3 years, after a price tag of $290 million, after saying we're going to hire 5,000 new public servants, we still don't know what the tangible effect on Canadians living with disabilities is. What effect it'll have when they're in a Service Canada building. What effect it'll have when they're dealing with perhaps transportation at a local airport. Yeah. We don't know. It's still not here. 3 years on. How could this be considered sufficient? When the minister says it's been slow, she's correct. It's actually been non-existent. And there's $290 million more, and we still don't have those tangible results. I'll give you an example of how quickly things get done when the will exists within the government. And this is not a challenge to the minister, but rather to the government as a whole. During the 2008 election, the Conservative Party under then Prime Minister Stephen Harper promised they would introduce the Registered Disability Savings Plan, or RDSP for short. That election was October. By December of that exact same year, the RDSP was introduced and available for Canadians to take advantage of. 60 days, 2 months, and here we are, 3 years later, without a single standard or regulatory change to actually be able to point to. That monumental change under then Prime Minister Stephen Harper, again, took under 3 months. By the time this bill passes, it will have taken 3 years. An important thing to remember is that this legislation will not change anything once it becomes law in terms of regulation and standard, but rather ask that they go and find out what regulations and standards they would like to produce. On top of the 3 years it took to get to this point, Canadians might have to wait another 6 years before these new regulations take effect. This with a $290 million consultation taking place. When you take a wider look over the past 3 years at what this government has done on this file, so far, it is more harm than good. The clawback of the DTC and the RDSP, the ability for Canadians to access those tax savings vehicles, the ability or the challenges that lay ahead for Canadians living with disabilities to be able to save, to be able to have a secure financial future, for those who no longer qualified for the disability tax credit to have their RDSP perhaps clawed back. This is the legacy that we have seen from this government since 2015. Yet in every single mandate letter, the Prime Minister has called for continued consultation towards crafting this legislation. What we didn't realize is the crafting of the legislation would be more consultation. So now we have this legislation. The legislation is $290 million, and it is more consultation. How does ever more consultation help Canadians with disabilities today? And I don't think we should ever stop consulting, ever. But at some point, there needs to be a tangible standard change. There needs to be a tangible regulatory change that you can hang your hat on, that you can say, this is what we are doing to improve the lives of Canadians who are living with disabilities, to improve accessibility across this country. This legislation was touted by the government as the most historic piece of legislation for Canadians with disabilities since Confederation. But I haven't even been told one single tangible change that this bill brings into effect. We all around this House, from every party, want to help Canadians living with disabilities. There is support from every corner of this institution for legislation that helps Canadians with disabilities. But all this legislation represents is going away and creating a plan. What has the government been doing on this file for the last 3 years if they have to spend $290 million to go and create a plan? The previous government introduced the RDSP, which quickly gave Canadians with disabilities a better financial security. It was established, as I said, in 2008. 105,000 of these accounts were set up, and over $1 billion have been added to the savings of Canadians with disabilities. In the last year alone, we've had 2 Conservative members of Parliament and a New Democrat introduce private members' bills aimed at easing the lives of Canadians living with disabilities and accessibility to government programs. We've seen the member for Carleton introduce legislation trying to secure the financial future, but not just the financial future in terms of savings through government programs, the financial future for Canadians living with disabilities to be able to grow into the private sector without being hurt or pushed aside by the existing boxes that exist in the government programming. We've seen a member bring forward a bill from Calgary with regards to Canadians living with rare diseases. And we've seen a bill come forward in terms of accessibility to Canadian websites for those living with disabilities. We have seen these pieces come forward from all around the House, and I think this goes to show that we all want to see movement. The problem is that this bill is not movement. This bill is a plan to one day potentially, maybe, hopefully, get to movement. This government couldn't build an ice rink on time and on budget. How can we expect them to properly manage this file? Why is it that we as parliamentarians, after we pass this bill, and the regulations and standards are then gone out and sought after and drafted, and they take 3 years or 5 years or 6 years, we don't have the ability as parliamentarians then to see them again? The request through this bill is that we give a blank check in terms of the standards and regulations. And I know that all around this House, we want to do everything that we can to make lives easier, to break actually some of the cycles that affect persons with disabilities in regards to poverty and regards to accessibility. But we must do this responsibly. We must do this by working with the private sector. We must do this by working with government institutions. We must do this by working with persons with disabilities, setting a timeline, setting measurables in place so they understand what effect this is going to have on their lives, and ensuring going forward that each and every interaction, especially with a federal government institution or at a federal government building, is one that is with respect and dignity. That is what everybody expects in the House of Commons of our government, and it's what everybody expects in the House of Commons of our private sector. But we must be responsible with our conduct and how we move forward at this point. I still am having major concerns with how we end up in a process where we say yes as a parliament but have no idea what the effects of the bill will be. It's incredible. As we look forward to the next election, I would like nothing more than to go to Canadians and say, this is what we are spending your money on, and these are the tangible effects it's going to have on persons with disabilities. I would like nothing more than to call my own mother and say, these are the things we're doing to make life easier for people like you. I would like nothing more than that. But I don't know what we're doing because it's not in the bill, Madam Speaker. So I want to end today, perhaps being a bit negative at times in this speech. But at the same time, it's important that we hold our government to account. And it's important to this process that we actually get the best piece of legislation we can moving forward. So to the Minister, I want to say thank you. I look forward to working with you, and I certainly appreciate your reaching out to me earlier this week.
The member knows that he needs to address the comments and the questions to the chair and not to the individual members. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Accessibility.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his comments. I was a little dismayed. Maybe I should say I was a lot dismayed, because this legislation, if we get it through, and that's something that we need everyone in the House to cooperate with, this is so impactful for people with disabilities across Canada. It's the most important legislation that has come in for people with disabilities in over 30 years. And that can't be understated, that other governments haven't been able to get this far. And we're moving quickly. And I know you don't think it's quick enough. And as the mother of someone who has disabilities, learning disabilities, I know I want things to move faster. But this is a progressive bill. And we need you to understand that everything good takes time, and we need to get it right. Does the honourable member not agree with that?
Again, I do want to remind the member that she's to address all the questions and comments to the chair. Maybe if the MPs would stop using the word you, that would probably save a lot of headaches here. The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro, Medonte. A chance to respond, please.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. and I promise I won't say it incorrectly anymore. First of all, I mean, yes, of course we want to get this legislation right. And if the reality is that the government's not comfortable that the standards they have in mind are correct, then they should wait until they have them right and then bring them back so that members of this House know what we're voting on, so that members of this House can go back to Canadians in their ridings across the country and they can say, these are the tangible effects that are going to happen. These are the changes that are going to take place that are going to improve your life thanks to said legislation. And unfortunately, that's just not what we've seen to date. If there is this information, I certainly welcome it. You know, any time you'd like to provide more data to me, I'm looking for it. But at this point, that has not been provided through the Speaker, of course. That has not been provided, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his comments and his speech and his interest in us moving forward an agenda to make lives better for persons living with disabilities. I myself consulted, in our party we have a Persons Living with Disabilities caucus. So I don't need the governing party to provide me information. I get my information from nonpartisan groups, and a lot of times it is our NDP Persons Living with Disabilities caucus that flags these kinds of issues for us. And I'm sure that one of the issues that the member is cognizant of is that we did ratify, under the Conservative government, we did ratify the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons Living with Disabilities. And after that, there was no movement to implement it, and not a penny was put into a fund to implement it as well over that 10 years. But having heard that he is close, as I am, to people living with disabilities, we all have people in our lives, and I'm sure in his constituency that the member has these people. I would like to hear, what does he think should happen next? I'm sure that he has some ideas of what would be tangible, what he would like to see happen next in order for this to move forward. I'd be very interested to hear that. Thank you.
The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro, Medonte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly thank the member for the question, and I can certainly take in the members of her caucus as well as different groups that she's been able to consult with across the country on this subject. But certainly that doesn't actually provide any clarity whatsoever to the tangible regulations that would take place. So the question that was asked to me, Madam Speaker, was what tangible changes would I like to the bill, as I understood it, versus what is currently in front of me. And I think I've been very, very clear to this point as to what changes I would like to see. I would like to understand what the effects are, what the standards and regulations are going to be, so that we can actually go and communicate these changes to Canadians before we pass the bill, not 6 years after.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. It was interesting during his speech. He talked about tangible things the government was doing, and then followed that with, well, name me the other tangible things, Madam Speaker, and that's an interesting way to go about things. He asked, why is it taking so long? And, Madam Speaker, the goal is to get this right. There are so many groups, there's so many individuals, and there's different kinds of disabilities, different types of stakeholders that need to be discussed. And the government worked with those stakeholders, and we heard back. From the MS Society of Canada, for example, this bill will work actively to remove barriers and promote inclusion for Canadians living with disabilities, including those which are episodic in nature, such as MS. The Spinal Cord Injury Canada, quote, the most significant progress for people with disabilities in over 30 years. Wow. And I can go on and on to the organizations that have praised the minister, praised the government for bringing this bill forward. Would the honourable member support this bill, bring this forward, get this to committee, and call for this to come to committee as quickly as we can? Thank you.
The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro, Medonte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and certainly I want to thank the member across the aisle for the question. and certainly have no problem answering the question. Of course I'm going to support this getting to committee, but there are questions that need to be answered along the way. Those questions have not been answered to date. We have not seen any of the changes that are being presented or proposed. I would like to see that information either brought over to us through some sort of interaction with the ministry, or we'll be asking the exact same questions at committee, trying to access what it is this is going to look like for Canadians living with disabilities, and what this is going to look like for the private sector, and what the cost is going to be for the federal government going forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, the Minister of Public Services, Procurement and Accessibility is also, in effect, the landlord of this very building. Now, I was recently speaking with the esteemed editor of Beauchene's Parliamentary Rules and Forms, 6th edition, who brought up the fact that the west elevator in this very building is out of service and has been since Parliament returned. So I wonder if the member might have some comments on that.
The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I certainly share the concerns about the elevator not working, although I think it's had some ups and downs, no pun intended, over the years. I think I've actually been stuck in the elevator in question, but I certainly hope that the government will take it very seriously to get this dealt with, so it's easily accessed by all Canadians who are in our beautiful Parliament building.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm intrigued by the members' comments, and I listened to it. Here we have a historic moment inside the House of Commons today, where we've had a minister bring forward legislation that's going to have a profoundly positive impact on Canadians in every region of our country. And I look to the member opposite, and I reflect on the years in which I sat in opposition when Stephen Harper was here, and I suspect you would find many of the stakeholders would have loved to have seen legislation of this nature even back when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister. Would he not recognize that what we're witnessing today is, in fact, something that is historic, it's very positive, it's a wonderful step forward, and this is a good day for communities of disability and families, in fact, all Canadians.
Good job.
Honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that if you talk to Canadians, Madam Speaker, what you'll hear is they expect results from us. They expect tangible, measurable results when a bill and a piece of legislation is coming forward. Unfortunately, we do not have that in this case. And going forward, what we will continue to be calling for is to understand what the results are for Canadians in terms of the $290 million, in terms of 5,000 new positions, in terms of the cost to the private sector, in terms of the increased economic activity that could potentially actually come out of this bill. Where is the data? Where is the information?
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you. These proceedings on Bill C-81, an act to ensure a barrier-free Canada, have the potential for tremendous historic significance. We are debating a bill that, if done properly, creates breakthrough legislation that will profoundly impact Canadian society for generations to come. I believe everyone in this chamber is cognizant of the importance of what we do here today. Therefore, I speak in support of this bill based on the premise which the minister stated yesterday, to get it to committee as soon as possible so that we can make it as substantively great as we possibly can. I agree. This bill will not be all that it needs to be as it stands now. It will require substantial amendments. While we commend the government for tabling it, this bill will need to be altered dramatically in order to become good legislation. That is why today, New Democrats commit to working with this government to provide good faith amendments so that C-81 can become the historic accessibility legislation that Canada's persons living with disabilities deserve. The NDP has long been committed to the rights of people with disabilities. It's been our long-standing position that all of government, every budget, every policy and regulation, every grant, should be viewed through a disability lens. The NDP's ultimate goal has always been to help foster a society in which all of our citizens are able to participate fully and equally. We believe that this cannot even begin to happen until all of our institutions are open and completely accessible to everyone. In fact, the NDP has supported the establishment of a Canadians with Disabilities Act for many years, and the call for a CDA can be found in our 2015 election platform. CDA uses the language of the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. It was an early warning when that language was switched out for Accessibility Act. But I was assured that was because an Accessibility Act would meet and reach further beyond the UN Convention, which we are a state party to. It makes sense that any accessibility bill tabled by the government should essentially be enabling legislation for Canada's obligation to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Canada ratified this convention in 2010, but until now has done nothing to bring our laws into conformity with it. Indeed, I've tabled a motion in this very chamber, M56, that calls on the government to implement these obligations. The convention sets out the legal obligations on states to promote and protect the rights of persons with disabilities. It does not create new rights. There are a number of principles and articles within the CRPD that are extremely important to people with disabilities. These principles address rights such as the ability to live independently, freedom from exploitation and violence, the right to an adequate standard of living, social protections, and more. Rather than considering disability an issue of medicine, charity, or dependency, the Convention challenges people worldwide to understand disability as a human rights issue. It establishes that discrimination against any person on the basis of disability is a violation of the rights, inherent dignity, and worth of the human person. The Convention covers many areas where obstacles can arise, such as physical access to buildings, roads and transportation, and access to information through written, electronic, and alternative forms of communication. The Convention also aims to reduce stigma and discrimination, which are often reasons why people with disabilities are excluded from education, employment, health, and other services. It is crucial that societies eliminate these forms of discrimination, not just because doing so is the right thing to do, but because it enables a previously ignored and sizable section of our population to contribute their talents and abilities to the betterment of us all. Everybody wins when everyone is able to contribute. It is important here to note that the Convention is our ideal. It is up to governments to bridge the distance between these ideals and the lived reality of people living with disabilities. One such bridge we debate here today. While the NDP supports C81, we do so with the understanding that it will not fulfill our obligations to the CRPD. It is one step in the right direction, and I celebrate that significant step. Why? Let me tell you some of the reasons. First of all, it is the most comprehensive federal bill addressing issues faced by Canadians living with disabilities to be tabled in this House in over 30 years. This alone is significant. The previous government had 10 years' worth of opportunities to bring forward a national act, and it emphatically chose not to. C81's very title trumpets a worthy ambition, an act to ensure a barrier-free Canada. The stated purpose of C81 is to create a barrier-free Canada, quote, through the proactive identification, removal, and prevention of barriers to accessibility wherever Canadians interact with areas under federal jurisdiction, end quote. Creating a barrier-free Canada is indeed my intent and why the NDP seeks amendments. We will work with the government to fine-tune this bill so that it truly realizes its own stated ambitions, until it becomes the kind of landmark legislation that people living with disabilities deserve. C-81 will establish several important new officials and agencies. These include a new Accessibility Commissioner for Enforcement, a new Canadian Accessibility Standards Development Organization, which will elaborate model accessibility standards that the government can enact as regulations, and a new Chief Accessibility Officer to advise and report on progress and needed improvements. It even creates a formal complaint process and a review process to gauge the bill's effectiveness over time. These two processes are especially crucial for a bill like this to have successful outcomes. It is vital that a feedback loop be established between those who are to benefit from the bill and the bodies responsible for administering it. A complaint process allows for this, and the review process will allow for proper response to the bill's shortcomings as they are discovered. Yes, these sections of the bill are both commendable and important. However, there are sections of C-81 that I believe miss the mark, that undermine the bill's own stated goals. These are the provisions that I and my party will work in good faith with this government to fix, should our efforts be welcome. Most obviously concerning is the bill's lack of mandatory timelines for implementation. It allows, but does not require, the government to adopt accessibility standards, and yet does not impose a time frame within which implementation is to happen. Without these, the implementation process, even its startup initializing process, could drag on for years. Curiously, neither does the bill require all federal government laws, policies, and programs to be vetted through a disability lens. This seems a strange omission indeed. I respect the current accessibility minister's commitment to this file and can only assume that this is an accidental oversight, which she will correct immediately. It might be helpful here to take a moment and explain to those listening just what is meant by the term disability lens. In this context, disability lens is a way to examine public policy. It helps lawmakers, such as myself, make sure that when a new law, regulatory measure, course of action, funding priority, regulation is being debated or implemented, that the needs of persons living with disabilities are taken into consideration. Just stopping to ask whether people with disabilities are even considered over the course of the policy's formation can go a long way to making it better and more just. I like the succinct way the Council for Canadians with Disabilities promotes using a disability lens. They encourage us to ask, does the policy view disabled people as members of a minority group with special needs, or does it view disability as one of many variables in the population and thus aim to structure society so as to ensure universal access and coverage? And further consider, how does the policy relate to other policies, legislation, regulations, and programs within the jurisdiction in question? How does it relate to others, or even within the same ministry? And another important consideration, who wins and who loses when this policy is implemented? How is the allocation of resources affected by this policy? How will this impact other disability groups? Of notable concern is that Bill C-81 allows, but again does not require, the minister to work with provincial and territorial governments to improve accessibility. It would be absurd for a national accessibility act in a country such as ours with our unique brand of federalism not to include a requirement to work with provincial and territorial governments to improve accessibility. The Council of Canadians with Disabilities has been a great resource for me as well. Another nonpartisan resource I appreciate is the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act Alliance for their analysis of this bill. Their outstanding work allows government representatives, bureaucrats, and members of parliament do our jobs better when it comes to developing policy and law that provides meaningful impact. Now then, one issue of great concern regarding C81 is the way in which it gives various public bodies sweeping and unaccountable powers to exempt any or all obligated organizations from a number of important obligations under the bill. This is especially concerning because it is my experience that where such exemptions exist, they will be used. Section 46 of the bill, for example, empowers the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission, or CRTC, to totally exempt any obligated organization it wishes within its mandate from any or all of the accessibility plan requirements. Worse still, the bill provides no means by which persons with disabilities can register their concern before a decision is made to grant an exemption. This is deeply troubling. Also problematic is that another section of C81 gives the federal cabinet the power to make regulations that can exempt any obligated organizations from a wide range of obligations under the Act. The bill will allow cabinet to do this, and it needn't provide any reasons when it does. The bill will allow cabinet to do this, and it needn't provide any reasons. So seriously, if cabinet is allowed to do this, why are we here today? I also find it perplexing that while the bill requires obligated organizations to establish accessibility plans, it doesn't require these plans to be good plans. And get this, it doesn't require an obligated organization to implement its accessibility plan. You don't have to implement your accessibility plan. Curiouser and curiouser. Potentially quite troubling is a situation created in Section 172, whereby a regulation created by the Canadian Transportation Agency, let's say, without debate, could end up trumping obligations under the Canadian Human Rights Act. It should be a basic principle of C81 that no provision therein supersede any human rights. This is a perfect example of some of the technical issues that need to be addressed. And I want our stakeholders who understand the impact of this troublesome section to know that we will seek to have it removed. The bill, likewise, separates enforcement and implementation in a confusing way over a tangle of different public enforcement agencies, rather than providing people with disabilities with the simple, one-stop enforcement they need. The Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission, CRTC, will provide enforcement for its obligated organizations, and so too will the Canada Transportation Agency. The bill does this despite the reality that both the CRTC and the CTA have an unsatisfactory track record when it comes to enforcing accessibility over many years. As this is not a new problem, it boggles the imagination as to why the important bill does not address the core problem. It is absolutely vital that persons with disabilities and stakeholder groups be able to navigate our federal system in order to effectively realize their rights. And also that the various agencies and institutions are able to respond to criticisms. Moreover, this snarl of enforcement and administration will result in very similar regulations being enacted by the very different agencies involved, rather than by one single agency. The duplication will not just risk inconsistencies, it will create them, causing even further delays. The predictable result, the real possibility that some sectors of the economy will have these regulations ready for them before some other sectors. This bill should be looking to eliminate the interdepartmental patchwork system that's already in place, rather than making it more complex, and we simply must fix this. Many of us who follow these issues were seriously expecting that C-81 would include provisions to simplify these processes. Earlier this year, a private member's bill of mine, C-348, was debated in the House. Now, C-348 was designed to create a one-stop shop at the individual level to make it significantly easier for persons living with disabilities to navigate the programs available to them from the federal government. At present, persons with disabilities have to prove that they're disabled each time they apply for a federal benefit. And with each separate application, will typically have to pay a doctor for each time there is paperwork involved. This is an unnecessarily punitive system for so vulnerable a population. My bill, of course, was voted down by the government. It wasn't a whipped vote, yet every Liberal member in the House that evening voted against it. Every single one.
How sad.
So I had hoped that such discipline on the part of the governing party meant that they perhaps knew something I didn't know, that perhaps this upcoming accessibility bill would include provisions to streamline these processes. But no, this was not the case. The complaint process will also be unnecessarily confusing. The splintering of the implementation and enforcement mandate will substantially weaken the bill. The likelihood of this creating confusion among many, including public servants, obligated organizations, and people with disabilities and their advocates who come to the federal government seeking justice, is all but certain. Stakeholder groups and disability advocates know from brute experience that this confusion will force them to run from enforcement agency to enforcement agency with their complaints, going around in circles. Sorry, no, wrong agency, they'll be told. You've got to go to transportation. Frankly, persons living with disabilities have had enough of this particular brand of bureaucratic confusion. We know this is a problem. Let's fix this too. I would also like to note that Canada's hearing impaired community has asked the government repeatedly that the Official Languages Act be amended to have American Sign Language and Quebec Sign Language designated as official languages so that accessible communication is taken seriously. This sets the course for the direction of the NDP. This is where we're going in our support to bring this bill to committee. There are many provisions we'll be looking at to amend. Those that I mention here today are merely broad strokes of what we in the progressive opposition are committed to standing up for and remedying. In closing, I would also urge the committee to hold its meetings in different places across this country. As the most significant piece of disability legislation since the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, we owe it to Canadians living with disabilities and the people who care about them to demonstrate our intention for meaningful legislation that fully includes every Canadian in the participation of our society. Thank you.
Bravo.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Minister of Accessibility.
Thank you. I thank the Honourable Member for her encouragement and support with respect to Bill C-81. Like me, I know she's heard from so many Canadians, particularly those living with disabilities, about the need to be involved in the creation and implementation of standards, accessibility standards. I might ask her, Madam Speaker, if she agrees with the model of CASDO, the Canadian Accessibility Standards Development Organization, where the majority of the board has lived experience, where they collaborate with industry to develop the standards so that it works in real life, or if perhaps there's another model she likes better, because this is what we heard from the disability community was the best way forward.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Minister for the question, and I'm so inspired by the work that she's doing and the bravery that she's taking in doing some really groundbreaking work. And I understand how important it is for those of us who sincerely want to see impactful change to work in a collegial way so that we can work on these amendments together. And I absolutely agree with her. These resources and these models are there, and we need people with lived experience to actually be a part of policy creation. I think in my speech I took great care to go into detail about a disability lens, and the way that we view people with disabilities are one variable among many in how we are all unique in our society, and how we approach this as a universal access approach is extremely important. And so I look forward to working on this committee and with the minister and her staff so that we really can have some workable amendments that reflect this. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sarnia Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for an excellent speech. She did mention about the UN Convention for Disabilities, and I wondered if she had the ability, what would the priority actions that the NDP would want to have the government take on that?
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think some of the easy ones, some of the low-lying fruit, if you will, that I did mention in my speech are things like when you are required to design an accessibility plan, you are required to implement it. I think that's kind of a no-brainer. I would also like to reiterate that reflection that you need, nobody gets sweeping powers and exemptions. And there are a few of these. I don't want to get too technical. I hesitate now because my brain goes into the technical, and I know that that's not very interesting to listeners. So what I want to say is, if you make a decision, I need to be able to have a place to appeal your decision. I need to know the reason. And right now, those provisions are not there. So, or they're not consistent. I'll say there are exemptions, and there are places that people can go where human rights are trumped by this protocol that you get to make a decision and there's no reason, there's no appeal process for someone with a disability. So those to me touch really on some of the core issues within the United Nations Convention.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Accessibility.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for your speech. And I am just so glad to hear that that the honourable member is supportive of this legislation. And I think she said, quote, "Everyone wins when everyone can participate," and that is so true. And the honourable member also mentioned that this is a step in the right direction, and that opposition will work with the government to fine-tune, and that's what we need to do as we move this through the process, through the committee. I did want to clarify one point that she mentioned in the speech. She talked about bureaucracy and how that can really be a problem for people with disabilities, and no doubt it is and has been for many, many years. The one thing that we're hoping this legislation will do is actually mean no closed door, meaning that if a person with disabilities goes to a federal agency and wants to lodge a complaint, but it's not the right agency, that they won't be just told, well, you'll have to go somewhere else. That agency will then, it will be up to them to talk to the other agency and make sure that that complaint is processed. So I think that's part of the legislation that is so important, because we know that people have been barriers have been put in place over the years, and our role and our job is to break down the barriers. Would the member agree that this is a step in the right direction?
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate my honourable colleague's question, and I don't want to just give a blunt answer that the approach, as I said in my speech, it's misguided. This gives me an opportunity to say this is why, as the Minister mentioned, it is important to have the input of people with lived experience, because those are the people that will demonstrate for us. I have every confidence they will demonstrate for us that there is a better model, there is a better way for us to do this, and this is where we need to make an amendment. On paper, that looks okay to say, oh, we have more options, more open doors, but it's actually when you talk to people with this lived experience that exists today, I think we'll find that maybe we've been misguided in that approach, and that there are ways that our amendments can at least clean this up. Because it's hard for the bureaucrats as well that have to work on the front lines. And I'm sure that all of you have had opportunity to speak with those people. So, so I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Just remind the members they may want to stay away from the word you, because all of the comments and questions should be addressed to the chair, and it would make life so much easier. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to commend my colleague for her speech, but especially for her commitment towards this cause with her excellent portfolio. In Quebec, I'm thinking of Pierre Nadeau. He's a great journalist, TV and radio. And in Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, Pierre Nadeau is first and foremost someone who is very visible. He speaks a lot, and I don't really know what his disability is. It has to do with aphasia, and he has assisted transportation, and he advocates for housing, especially accessible housing, not just social housing, but accessible housing. And I would like to ask my colleague if she believes that this new bill will be able to solve a certain problem, which really causes a lot of suffering to a great deal of great many people in my riding. Probably some 500,000 people do not have access to the Montreal subway because, for example, at the Longueuil metro stop, there is no elevator to go down to the level of the subway. And, if ever people do find a miracle solution to get down, well, then when they get to the Berry station, well, they can't take an elevator to get back up to ground level. So maybe we can hope that this bill might correct that kind of unjust situation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question and for his dedication to and interest in this file as well, and being responsive to the people in his constituency as we're trying to make lives better for people living with disabilities. We have a new agency that's being developed that is going to develop some of the model standards, and I hope that they'll reflect global standards, because we're already seeing that. We're already the benefactors of what other countries, the work that they've done. If you travel in Canada and you stay in a hotel chain that is American, you've been on an elevator where there's Braille on the buttons in an elevator, let's say. Did you know they've decided, these corporations that do this kind of development, said we're going to do one standard and do it in every country. So actually, global investors do like to see global standards. They like to see national standards that are reflected globally. It's easy. It's good for them. And for building, housing, it's the same thing. A developer in any constituency, they're local guys that know their trade. You tell them you have to build an accessible home, they want to. They're in my writing. They go, yes, tell us what to do. Oh, okay, I got to tell you what to do here. Let me find a plan for you. You see, they want to do it, but they need us to provide these proven plans. It's so easy. People are eager, but you have to show them what you expect, and they'll meet those standards.
À l'ordre, conformément à l'article.
Order. It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House of the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Indigenous Affairs, the Honourable Member for Essex International Trade, and the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith Natural Resources. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise and speak to C81, an act to ensure a barrier-free Canada. And I want to say at the outset that certainly I'm pleased to see the Minister bringing forward a bill. I have absolutely no doubt about her sincerity in trying to improve the lives of people with disabilities. And I would also say that I myself am aligned in that direction. I listened carefully to the debate that we've had so far, talking about how to get people with disabilities the same rights and responsibilities as other citizens, how to make sure that they're able to live independently. how to make sure that they're free from violence. And so I'm aligned in all of those things. And I think I've heard that all the parties in the House are really aligned in how do we improve the lives of people with disabilities and what can we do with this bill to make sure that it actually is effective. And so when it comes to deciding to tackle an issue, I always, with my engineering perspective, will say, okay, well, what is it we're trying to do? And I think it's trying to get people to be able to live independently and to have the same rights and responsibilities as others and to be free from violence. Okay, well then now what is the plan to get that to happen, and what mechanisms will we put in place in order to make sure that the money or the incentives flow so that the behaviors of people will actually, take root. So I'm going to talk in my speech a bit about what's happened in the past, the Conservatives and what we did. And then I'll talk a little bit about the Liberal record, and then I'll talk about the situation in my own riding, and some ideas about possible solutions, and some concerns that I have with the legislation as it's written today. So I know that things were going on to help improve accessibility when the Conservatives were in power, because at that point, although I was not here myself, I saw all the announcements and the improvements happening in my own riding of Sarnia-Lambton, where multiple millions of dollars actually were spent to upgrade different buildings to ensure that they were accessible for people with wheelchairs and to put different aids in place to help people with disabilities. So I do know that that was going on. At the same time, we've heard other members in the House talk about the 2008 introduction by the Conservative Party of the Registered Disability Savings Plan. Now, this plan is actually quite a rich plan. I looked at the details of this when we were addressing an issue that I'll talk about, but this is a plan where a person that's disabled can put in up to $5,000 in a year, and the government will match it threefold. And that's a program that's been going on for almost 10 years, and although it hasn't come to the point where people are collecting out of the program, it is actually, I think, a very well thought out way of ensuring that people with disabilities will have the wherewithal to retire in dignity. And so when I see that, and I see the efforts of the member from Carleton, who brought a very intelligent bill that was aimed at addressing the problem that people with disabilities have when they try to go and work, and their benefits are clawed back, and in some cases, the money that they're getting from other disability programs are clawed back. And I was really disappointed in the extreme that every single Liberal in the place rejected that private member's bill. I think that would have been such a help to people with disabilities. And so we talked as well about and the member from Calgary Shepherd bringing forward a private member's bill on rare diseases, which was also rejected. And I just heard my member from the NDP talking about her bill being rejected. And so this is where, you have to really question people's motives. When you say one thing and do another, you're likely to be called a hypocrite. And so when I look at the Liberals and I see that there's a lot of talking about helping people with disabilities, but then we look at the record of what's happened since the election in 2015. The first member that had the portfolio to do something here on accessibility or helping the disabled from Calgary Centre, it was in the mandate letter, and yet nothing was done. So that member was also a person that has lived experience as a person with disabilities, but nothing was done. It was not a priority. And then again, it was then passed along to the member from Etobicoke North, but I do sympathize with her. She is the Minister of Science and had lots of very important things to do, which of course I, as a fellow science person, cannot criticize. But again, nothing really came forward. And then when I look to this bill and I look to see what's in it, I thought to myself, well, perhaps there would be a lot of infrastructure money, because we know that there were a lot of buildings that are not accessible, and they need a lot of money in order to repair them so that they will be accessible. And in some cases, those could be incentives. There's a number of ways that you could do that. But there's nothing in this bill that talks about that. In fact, this bill has sort of an element of what the minister's powers will be. It has an element of a standards organization that can talk about what the right thing to do would be. There are mechanisms in here to complain. There are mechanisms in here to inspect, but there's really no action words. There's really no doing of anything. It's going to be consulting and spending about, a few more years to try to figure out what in fact we should do, when the reality is we already know some of the things that we should do. And some of the things we should do involve investing the same kind of infrastructure money that was previously done under the Conservatives. Now, I've heard this government speak about the $180 billion of infrastructure money that they're going to invest over the next number of years. In fact, they got elected on a promise to spend very small deficits in order to put infrastructure in place that was going to create jobs and drive the economy and repair our roads and bridges, etc. Now, none of that ever happened, but my point is there was a lot of infrastructure money that was planned to be spent. And even though the government has had difficulty getting that accomplished, I think they've only spent about 40% of what they planned, they still racked up way more deficit, but not on the intended things. I think there's an opportunity for the government to do something immediately here in terms of infrastructure to improve accessibility. And those are things where the building codes exist today, the specifications exist today, the standards exist today. No work needs to be done to consult anybody on that or have new standard organizations to do that, because that's already existing. All it really needs is political will to put that money in place. But instead, the government has basically got different political will. If we look at where the billions of dollars that the government is spending is going, $4.2 billion on foreign aid, $2.65 billion on climate change support for foreign countries like China and India, $5 billion for the Syrian refugees, $1 billion for the asylum seekers, and multiple billions of other things that are spread around the world, but not for Canadians and not for the disabled. And so, when you look at where you put your time, your energy, and your money, that determines what your values are or what your priorities are. And so I just question, when it's been, 3 years before we see any kind of legislation, and the legislation doesn't have any very strong actions in it, it's more of a, we'll put structures in place to consult, then I really question whether or not there's enough political will to really achieve good outcomes here. Now, as I mentioned, I have some good examples from my riding that I can share. I know that the previous Member of Parliament, Pat Davidson, was very active because she really cared about improving accessibility, and so elevators were put in multiple buildings. We had accessibility all over the whole county of Lambton. And we've upgraded many of the schools to be accessible, and the Sarnia Arena most recently is just going under remediation. I was there for an event this past weekend, and all of the entrances and the front sidewalks, etc., have all been improved for accessibility, and all of the standards have been met. Now, not everything is wonderful in my riding. We have a situation in Port Lambton where the post office, which is a Crown corporation, that is something that is under the legislation that's being proposed, they're not accessible. They've been there for a long period of time, and so they were grandfathered, but they're not accessible. We're having a municipal election, and the people are going to have to go to Canada Post to vote, because in Port Lambton, that's pretty much all there is. And so it's not accessible. They've known about it for a long time. My office has called and nagged, and they've said, yes, we'll get to it, but they haven't got to it. So here's an example where the solution is known, and it just needs to get done, and it needs to get done in a hurry. But again, where is the will to force these solutions to happen? Now, I have a tremendously great example of a fellow named Dan Edwards in my riding. Unfortunately, he had an accident which rendered him unable to walk and in a wheelchair. But you know, he has been just super inspirational in the riding. He does fundraising for mental health efforts and different things. But one of the things he did, we have a fundraiser in Sarnia-Lambton called the Dream Home. It's a fundraiser for the hospital. And so he decided to get it with the architect that was going to build this house, this latest dream home, for a lottery to raise money for the hospital, and decided to make it a visitable home. A visitable home is a home that any person that's in a wheelchair would be fully able to access everything from cooking to the entrances to everything. It's all ground floor. Very, very well done. And so I had the opportunity to tour the home and see what he and the architect had designed together. And there, you know, he shared with me a lot of information about the very many plans like this that exist. So it's quite possible we have these solutions that we could put in place to allow them to live independently. And wouldn't that be great? But again, you know, money and political will is some of what is required there. Now, the other piece of advice I would give in terms of solutions of rolling out the infrastructure money is to make sure that it's well distributed. The $180 billion that was announced over 10 years, only $2 billion of that was earmarked for rural communities. And I would say to you that when we look at improving accessibility, I think you may find that there's even more need in the rural communities, because in many cases they grandfathered their buildings, there are more older buildings, and they haven't been made accessible. And they have less of a population base to bring in the revenue to do these things of their own volition. So that's something that I think needs to be considered. Now, in terms of some concerns about the legislation, I see that there's $290 million that is proposed. And I heard discussion earlier about 5,000 new public servants. And I wasn't clear if that was 5,000 public servants with disabilities that were going to be hired while attrition happens, so over time, or whether that was 5,000 additional public service employees, which, of course, I would be opposed to increasing the size of government. Another concern I have in the bill has to do with leaving things for the regulations. So I really, as a parliamentarian and a detail-oriented one, I don't like to leave things to chance. I've seen before under some of the legislation that the Liberals have brought forward that they've left it all to regulation. S5, for example, they decided from the plain packaging and the vaping that they were going to leave a lot of it to the regulation. So we were approving a bill, and as the point was made, approving a bill that we really didn't know what the final outcomes were going to be, but we were going to leave it to the regulation. Well, in the example of S5, I would tell you they want to go to a plain package, and the dimensions of the plain package are produced by machines that are obsolete, that are no longer owned by anybody who's legitimately in the business. And they've given them 6 months to convert. Well, the reality is you cannot, you know, you'd have to redesign the old obsolete machines and get them built somewhere, and that's certainly an 18-month deal. Or you'd have to shut them down altogether in order to achieve this plain packaging goal, or let them use the existing size. So there's an example for you of where when you leave things to the regulations, you know, they don't always get done the way that you might want, and that's why parliamentary oversight is important. C-45, the cannabis legislation, was another example where they decided to leave a lot of the details to the regulation. But the problem is the regulations didn't come out quickly enough to address all the questions, the unanswered questions that were still out there. And now we're left with a situation where we're legalizing October the 17th, and there are still a huge number of things that are not addressed in the regulation, and again, no parliamentary oversight to talk about them. This point came up again on the S228 regulation that we most recently talked about, which is the one that prohibits the marketing of unhealthy foods to children. And instead of defining what the healthy foods are, the comment was, we're going to leave that to the regulation. Well, I think, you know, as parliamentarians, we have a right to know what is that list going to be, and to have some opportunity to object or to give input if we don't agree. And leaving it to the regulations, really, you're passing a blank bill that says we're going to do something. You have no idea what the something is. You have no input on the something, but you're expected to vote in favor of it. So I have an issue with that. Now, I will say, when it comes to accessibility, I do think that we have been much too slow in moving forward and addressing the things. I know a lot of the grandfathered buildings. My mother's 84. She walks with a rollator. And there are a lot of places that she actually cannot go because, there's only staircases or it's too narrow to get through. So I think there's something to be done there, and I look forward to seeing what the solutions are that will be brought forward. Finally, as I summarize here, I want to talk a little bit about some of the things that I think the government could do that would make people have more faith that they really want to help disabled people. I don't know if you remember, I was here on a Friday asking a question about the disability tax credit. And through that whole event, we found out that, in fact, where 80% of people with type 2 diabetes previously were approved, all of a sudden 80% were disapproved. And so we raised the question and the concern, and the Liberal government insisted that nothing had changed. And of course, as the scandal went on, it came out that indeed things had changed. There were instructions that were given to interpret differently the criteria. And it actually went very broad. It went not just to people with diabetes, but people with other disabilities, autism, mental disorders like bipolar. And so when those things happen, and it took months and months and months to get justice for those people, that's what undermines people's faith that the government is really sincere in their effort to improve things for people with disabilities. I'll give you another example. People with multiple sclerosis, that's an illness it's very difficult, but you're not always at the same degree of wellness. It's sort of intermittent, where sometimes you have periods where you couldn't work, but other times you would be fine. And so the current EI rules, for example, are they're not flexible enough to allow a person that has MS to be on EI and collect and work intermittently with sort of the same total benefit that somebody that takes it consecutively would get. I raised this issue to the Minister of Labour. I think there's an easy fix there. If 670 hours of eligibility are required and there's a certain amount of hours that you get in benefit, then, allow the intermittency. I think those kind of solutions are the kinds of things that we can do to actually make people who have disabilities have the ability to live independently, to work, and to engage. And so, I think that we need to do that. I did take the point that was made that no disability lens was used for this legislation. I think when we do legislation, we do a gender-based lens. I think it's very appropriate here to take that recommendation from the member and put a disability lens in place. I also don't like in this bill all these powers to exempt, because I find that when you allow exemptions and the cabinet can decide, you're going to get yourself into trouble. We saw this with the carbon tax. They have the power to exempt, and they decide to exempt the largest emitters up to 90% of their emissions. There's an example where having the power to exempt is really not what you want. So in summary, I absolutely want to see persons with disabilities have the independence that they need and to have the helps that they need. I think it has to happen faster, but I'm calling on the government today to start putting money in the infrastructure for accessibility and do the solutions that we already know about while we're crafting improvements to the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Minister of Accessibility.
Thank you. I thank the honourable member for her interest and keen attention to detail on the bill. If you'll indulge me, Madam Speaker, I would like to pay tribute to the Honourable late Jim Flaherty, acknowledging the work he did on the RDSP. I would say that was a game changer. As someone with a disability, I admire the work he did, and it changed lives. So so I'd like to put that on the record. I do have a question for the member around the use of regulations and standards, and some of the thinking behind that being not putting specific technical details in law. So the idea that the standards organization might create a standard around the specific height of a counter or the specific braille requirements on an ATM. Is it your suggestion that perhaps we should put that in law as opposed to establish it through a more nimble, flexible organization? Like, where's the kind of sweet spot around certainty and flexibility and not being over technical in the bill?
Well, I won't tell the minister whether or not I'm going to go that way, but I would ask the minister to address the questions and comments to the chair. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the minister for her question. I would say one of the things that we need to get right is not to have different standards federally, provincially, and municipally. So a lot of times when it comes to accessibility standards, you'll find that there's a mismatch. And so while I wouldn't want to see, 700 pages of technical detail go into a bill, because I think that's not good. I think what should be clear is, what is the pecking order on these things, or how are we going to align them? What are the constraints? Is it accessibility? Is it being able to get into a building and operate freely within the building? There needs to be, some kind of language that describes exactly what the regulators are going to do, the scope of their work, so that they don't wander too far off what the intent is.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Madam Chair, thank my honourable colleague for her speech and her interest in how we advance accessibility for the lives of all Canadians. And I agree we need to have standards that are clear so that everybody can follow them. I'm a big proponent of that, and I've heard from people, as I said, who are interested. They are genuinely interested in doing their part, but they need guidance. They don't want to just come up with something on their own, and they're expecting us to do that. It sounds like you've got a little bit of enthusiasm for that too. And in terms of the shortcomings, through you, Madam Speaker, I'm interested in hearing the members' thoughts about a timeline and how we would best embark on that, because I think we all agree that we need to have something in place if we're going to actually get the dominoes rolling, if you will.
Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Absolutely, I think what we should do is put in place two things, timelines and specific scope. So we don't need, for example, to consult some more on what to do to make buildings accessible. Believe me, this is exhausted to death. That's not what we need. If we're going to consult, let's be specific about what we're consulting to. Are we consulting in order to allow people with disabilities to work independently, to live independently? Which parts of this are we going to do? Are we looking for solutions like the member mentioned about people that are looking for sign languages to be included in legislation? Like, what is the scope of what they're going to do? Otherwise, you will consult and consult and consult, and it's endless scope, endless topics. We need to be crisp on it, or allow free rein and allow a limited amount of time. Like say, okay, you can consult for a year on all of the myriad of things that you might want to do as solutions, and then implement a plan. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments? The honourable member for Brandon-Souris. Oh, sorry, did I not get it right? The honourable member for Souris, Moose Mountain, sorry. Oh. Close enough.
I was hiding behind you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate that. And I thank the member for Sarnia-Lambton for her speech. And she and I have had talks on healthcare and many issues over the last 3 years, as we've got to know. And she's aware that I have a hearing impairment. And so she's very aware of that aspect. And so these are aspects that I look at on this bill specifically. And she mentioned about infrastructure, and are we looking at ramps, or are we looking at rails or things like that? But my question really is about standards. And I really would like to hear a little bit more on her thoughts, along as she touched on it a little bit about standards. There is a difference between standards and regulation. And I'm just wondering if she could comment on that.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Right. So as I see it, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. I would say that when it comes to standards, a standard would say, for example, that if you are making an accessible curve, the curvature has to be a certain angle and it has to be a certain width and all that kind of thing. That's a standard. A regulation is everybody has to do that, and they either, they have to do it by such and such a date or whatever. So that's what I see as the difference. The standard is more of the technical, what's the right thing to do, and the regulation then is how are we going to enforce and police.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Accessibility.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague from Sarnia-Lambton, very close to London West. Certainly, we do have some obvious agreements on this, and we're looking forward to moving this legislation forward. Now, the honourable member did say that she doesn't like exemptions, and I wanted to explain some of why exemptions may be necessary. So the provisions are included in recognition of the fact that some organizations may have alternative methods of meeting the objectives of certain requirements, and that some organizations may already have completed the requirements, and so that they're living up to existing accessibility standards in some of the provinces, because we know that Ontario and Manitoba, Nova Scotia and British Columbia have standards and are moving forward in that. Does the member not see why some exemptions may be necessary in a bill of this size? Thank you.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for her question. And actually, I do see that exemptions may be needed for the reasons that she cited, but when you leave it wide open and there's no oversight, right? Cabinet can determine what those exemptions are, and they don't have to tell anybody why that is. It's better to write it in and to say, you have to comply to this, or you have to have minister-approved exemption or something like that where it's clear what the protocol is and what the transparency is, so you know that it's not just people letting their friends do what they want. And it's also not people weaseling out of their responsibilities. Businesses have known for an extremely long time that they were going to have to become accessible. And they have really dragged their feet. And if we gave an exemption of any kind, there are a lot of people that would really drag their feet even longer. And I don't think that's what we want. So let's have clarity and transparency.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And first of all, I just want to say how nice it is to see everyone around the House who wants to really do something to make things better for people with disabilities. But I did want to ask my colleague, I guess the debate is how that happens. And we have $290 million here, and it seems to be creating a regulatory body, more consultation. It could be the most expensive consultation in history. And given that the dithering of this government and the failure over the summer and since its inception, the minister mentioned the RDSP. It was a game changer, 3 months implemented. This bill, will it really make a difference for people on the ground? Because doing a little bit of math here, $290 million for elevators, home elevators, that would do 7,250 elevators that would make a difference today. Is this really the best way of going about it?
A brief answer from the member for Sarnia-Lambton, just under a minute, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. Absolutely, I think that there are things that we should do. We know that this government is not very good at consultation. If I talk about the murdered and missing Aboriginal women for $54 million, it's still going nowhere. So I think the money is better spent in tangible solutions. We already know what some of those are. There's infrastructure money announced. They should do it. They should do it now. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Perth-Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise today to debate Bill C-81, an act to ensure a barrier-free Canada. I think we as parliamentarians, I think all Canadians, each of us knows someone, whether it be a family member, a neighbour, a colleague, but we all know someone who lives with a disability. And so often they are visible disabilities, those that we can see, but there's also the invisible disabilities as well, those that we can't see to the naked eye. And when we're crafting legislation, when we're debating legislation, when when we're implementing standards, we have to recognize the variety of disabilities that Canadians live with on a daily basis. And for me personally, my mother-in-law is someone who lives with a disability. She lost a leg to amputation about 15 years ago and uses a wheelchair. And so to speak with her on a regular basis, and I was speaking with her earlier today, in fact, about an issue related to accessibility, to hear the concerns that she brings forward on a variety of issues on a daily basis that confronts her as she goes about living her life on a daily basis. One example she gave me today, she was with her mother out shopping, and she couldn't enter certain stores because of the lifts within the entrances. You know, she told me that she'd like to spend money. She'd like to buy stuff for her grandkids, my kids, although I do encourage her to stop that because our house is getting too full. But she does enjoy doing that and attending things. Now, certainly that doesn't fall under federal jurisdiction, but it's an example of ways in which those living with a disability are unable to, in some cases, enter certain establishments. She tells a story as well recently, going to a local bank and using a lift to get into the bank because there was 3 steps to get into the bank. Unfortunately, the lift malfunctioned and her wheelchair flipped over backwards, causing her to fall on the ground and smack her head. Again, an example of a way in which she was unable to access that facility, which would fall under federal jurisdiction as a federally regulated institution. So I think we all know these examples, these stories of friends, of families, of people living in our community who are capable of participating fully in society, yet there are challenges for them to do so because of certain barriers within that. I think each of us in our ridings knows of organizations who work hard with members of the community, specifically within accessibility issues and working with Canadians who are living with disabilities. I know in my riding, we have L'Arche and Stratford, which is a great organization working with those with disabilities, as well as community living. We have a number of community living organizations in Stratford and North Perth and in St. Mary's. And I know in my constituency office, we have Emerson Kipfer. Emerson works in my office 1 day a week. He does the shredding for us, and he's been living with a disability for in his entire life, but he's there every Wednesday morning. He does the shredding for us. He has the biggest smile on his face when he's there because he's working and he's contributing to society. The only time he doesn't have a smile on his face is when the Leafs lose, and that happens from time to time. But beyond that, he's always there, cheerful as can be, and really is a benefit to our office and to the community as a whole, contributing through those great organizations. And I think it's important as well to talk a little bit about the unfortunate stigma that's still out there. It's still out there when we talk about Canadians who are living with disabilities. You know I myself have fallen victim to this as well. You know, I've often said in the past, I would refer to someone as, oh, they're in a wheelchair. That person's in a wheelchair. But I've been corrected, and rightfully so, because the wheelchair doesn't define that person. That person uses a wheelchair as a tool, but the wheelchair is not what defines them. And so encouraging and speaking with Canadians, ensuring that the stigma out there, the stigma that somehow someone with a disability may not be able to do all things quite as well as those without a disability, but nonetheless ensuring that they are full access and ability to work within the community, to participate in the community, and to attend businesses and attend events that are in a community. I know from my time on West Perth Council and the Municipal Council, we often struggled with the challenges that faced us with the provincial AODA legislation in ensuring that our facilities were fully compliant with the AODA. And it was a challenge, and it was not a cheap function either. I know in one of our examples, our arena, our local arena didn't have fully accessible washroom facilities. So that was a project we undertook while I was serving on council, and now we have a beautiful facility with fully accessible washrooms and the ability for all people within the community to use that facility as well. But it's not always easy. And if you look at our main street in my hometown, most of the businesses on that main street have a step or two, or had a step or two, to get in. But one of the innovations that our local council took at the time was that when the reconstruction was done on that main street and on the sidewalks were adjusted for each individual business to ensure a flat entrance to the different businesses. And so while it wasn't a panacea and it didn't fix every single business, for the vast majority of the businesses on the main street, because the sidewalks were adjusted to meet the entryway in each of the individual stores, each of the individual businesses, it became more accessible. It's not perfect, and you can't always make things perfect with 100-plus-year-old buildings, but it's a good step forward. I know certainly in Perth County as a whole, we have the Perth County Courthouse, a beautiful 150-plus-year-old building in downtown Stratford, which has served as the seat of county government for 150-plus years. It's not accessible. Now, certainly under the irony of the provincial guidelines is that despite it being a provincial courthouse, despite it being the home of the county government, it is grandfathered from the provincial AODA legislation, which is in a way ironic. But nonetheless, they are taking steps of ways in which they can make that building more accessible, while also maintaining the historic significance of that important building, both as a community landmark, but also as a functioning part of the community, both as a courthouse, but also as the seat of government within the community. And I want to talk a little bit about some of the experiences we've had in this Parliament with issues of accessibility. I'm honored to serve as a member of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. And one of the studies that was undertaken earlier this year in the spring was on a debates commissioner. And leaving aside the debate over the debate, one of the interesting things that came out through that was the testimony and the information that came to us from different groups and different civil society groups on the issues of accessibility. We heard from the Canadian National Institute of the Blind how broadcasting, how a debate ought to be structured so that those with a visual impairment could have full access and full information, be able to see that debate, to be able to engage with that debate and know what's going on with the leaders' debate in here. We heard the same thing or a similar message from other Canadians living with disabilities, including those with hearing impairment, whether it's closed captioning, whether it's a sign language, different ways in which we can make that specific, a relatively minor in the great scheme of things, but that specific institution just a little bit more accessible so that Canadians living with a disability could have full access to that debate. Now, I know my time is running low, but I just want to conclude, if I might, talking about the RDSP. And I know this has been mentioned by a number of colleagues, but I do believe that of the many great things that former Finance Minister Jim Flaherty did during his time in this place and as a Minister of Finance, I think the RDSP is one of the things that meant so much to him as a father, but also as a finance minister. So I think as Canadians, we owe a debt of gratitude to the late Jim Flaherty for all that he did. And I think that would be a good point to conclude. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So the honourable member will have about 11 minutes and 30 seconds to when this issue is before the House again. Comme il est 17h30, la Chambre.
It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill S-228 under private members' business.
You can coach him later. The question is as follows. Mr. Aelson, seconded by Mr. Longfield. Shall I dispense? All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Aelson.
Mr. Aelson.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massey-Avignon, le métis fatal Metapedia.
Mr. Massey-Avignon, le métis fatal Metapedia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Monsieur Serre.
Monsieur Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Fourth row on my right.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeMoff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Khoury.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Ms. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Gerritsen.
Monsieur Graham.
Monsieur Graham.
Third row at my right.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pesquis.
At my right.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur aux Enchantés de la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Champagne.
Champagne.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan de Tobico North.
Ms. Duncan de Tobico North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et le Dessert.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et le Dessert.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
My right.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Fourth
Ms. May,
row
Sandwich
at my left.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. John.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Sans Souci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Monsieur Saganash.
Monsieur Saganash.
Madame Quash. Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
First row at my left.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Massey, Windsor West.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my right. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yurdega.
Yurdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Row at my left.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Row at my left.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Cusi.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagon.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Neville.
Mr. Barlow.
Barlow.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
First row at my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse et Saint-Germain-Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse et Saint-Germain-Lévis.
Mr. McColman.
And Mr. McColman.
Maybe outside. I suppose that's true, but... On the 15th of December or something like that. Who knows?
Yeas pour 211, 211, nays contre 79, 79.
I declare the motion carried. La Chambre procédera maintenant.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in Bill C-375 at report stage under private member's business. The question is as follows. May I dispense? All those at my right in support of the bill will please rise.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Iacono.
Mr. Iacono.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Rudd. Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Sarai.
Monsieur Serre.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Cedar Brampton
Mr.
South.
Secan.
Mr. Secan.
J'ai à ma droite.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Baylis.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Lapointe.
Lapointe.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moth.
Mr. Moth.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Gerritsen.
Monsieur Graham.
Monsieur Graham.
À ma droite.
Third row to my right.
Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Hernandez Angry.
Mr. Anne de Sangre.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Goldsmith Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Poisson.
Poisson.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pesky Salido.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentel, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentel, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Algabra.
Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Champagne.
Champagne.
Mr. Holland.
Holland.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan at Tobico North.
Ms. Duncan, Tobico North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibo.
Madame Bibo.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cosner.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest des Sables.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest des Sables.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
First row to my right.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Shager.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mrs. Qualtrough.
Mrs. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Rogers.
Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Duval.
Ms. Mason, Scoff Island.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row to my left.
Madame Fortier.
Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Madame Trudel.
Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Troisième rangée.
Third row to my left.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Monsieur Saganash.
Monsieur Saganash.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second to my left.
Sir Barra.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Don.
Premier rangé à ma gauche.
First row at my left.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Massey, Windsor West.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ma droite, qui s'oppose à la motion.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Quatrième rangé à ma droite.
Fourth row to my right. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. And first row at my right.
Que tous ceux à ma gauche qui s'opposent.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Quatrième rangé à ma...
Fourth row at my left.
Okay.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Bedford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warrawak.
Mr. Warrawak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Winson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Cusi.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Anderson.
Anderson.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Soroyap.
Mr. Soroyap.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Deuxième rangé à ma gauche.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Gladue.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Premier rangé.
First row at my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, et Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse et Lévis.
Mr. McColman.
And Mr. McColman. Yeas pour 210, 210, nays contre 81, 81.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
It being 6:19 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Alors, Mr. Dhaliwal, seconded by Ms. Sahota, moves that Bill C-376, an act to designate the month of April as Sikh Heritage Month, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Debate. The Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to rise in the House for the reading of Bill C-376. Before I begin, I would like to thank all 20 members from across Canada and from all political stripes that have seconded my bill. I also want to acknowledge the many others who had expressed interest in seconding the bill but could not get on the list due to the reaching of maximum limit of 20. I introduced this bill to designate the month of April as Sikh Heritage Month to ensure that the contributions and history of Sikh Canadians are recognized annually across Canada. The history of Sikhs in Canada is a story of compassion, hard work, persistence, and giving back. The first Sikhs arrived on Canada's shores in 1897. Over the past 121 years, the community has continued to thrive and prosper. The proud traditions of community leadership and providing the next generation with strong role models continues to this day. This bill is about setting a foundation for every generation to recognize the hard work, struggles, and ultimately the contribution made by Sikhs in building of Canada as a nation. Mr. Speaker, Canada is known around the world as a welcoming, diverse, and tolerant nation. And this is the result of Canadians of all backgrounds, ethnicities, and cultures making sure that Canada became a country that we could all be proud of. This is one of the reasons we observe Italian, Tamil, Jewish, and Asian heritage months, amongst many others, to recognize, honor, and remember just exactly who we are, the values, the principles, and the ideals that unite us all is a universal theme for Canadians. As Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau has stated, quote, "A society which emphasizes uniformity is one which creates intolerance and hate. We must continue to cherish not concepts of uniformity, but human values, compassion, love, and understanding," unquote. Mr. Speaker, historic understanding is the most important act of reflection a country can provide for its future generations. It is our obligation to ensure that the society is always changing for the better. With the support of members in this House, the month of April will become Sikh Heritage Month. This is significant because the month of April is important to all Sikhs, as this is when Khalsa Day and Baisakhi is celebrated, which marks the birth of Khalsa and its teachings of equality, selfless service, and social justice. Canada has one of the largest Sikh populations in the world, and in my riding of Surrey Newton is home to the largest Khalsa Day Baisakhi parade outside of India, with over 500,000 attendees each year and every year. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned earlier the history of Sikhs in Canada began in 1897 when officers of British Army arrived. These Sikh soldiers were known as loyal fighters and were an integral part of the efforts in World War I and II. I want to recognize the efforts of individuals such as Mr. Steve Purewal of Indus Media Foundation in British Columbia and members of Sikh Heritage Museum of Canada in Ontario, who has done an excellent job of collecting artifacts and sharing the history of the many battles Sikhs have fought in and the rich history of Sikhs living in Canada. Mr. Speaker, by early 90s, Sikh pioneers entered Canada and began to work in the resource industries such as forestry and mining. This was a tight-knit community who struck together to overcome many obstacles, whether it was finding an employment or being accepted within the society, all the while leaving behind their families in India. Mr. Speaker, in 1908, the Sikh community came together to build the first Gurdwara in Canada, located in Vancouver. This became center for faith, shelter, advocacy, and gathering, where community leaders worked to find ways to make the positive impact on the larger Canadian community. Soon after, in 1911, a Gurdwara was constructed in Abbotsford, BC, which still exists today, and it is the first Gurdwara outside of India and Pakistan to be recognized as National Canadian Historic Site. By 1947, Sikhs were able to vote in federal elections. They embraced the right to cast a ballot, viewing civic participation as more than right, but as an essential part of citizenship. Laws began to change that would allow those of Sikh faith to be considered equal members of Canadian society. Mr. Speaker, it is also important to acknowledge that the journey Sikhs have endured in Canada has not always been easy. Along the way, community faced intolerance and prejudice. These challenges effectively made Sikhs second-class citizens by being subject to unfair labor laws. Many Canadians know about the terrible Kamagata Maru incident and the rejection of Sikhs who had arrived in Vancouver looking for a new beginning. They were turned away simply because of the discriminatory laws. But we are doing our part as a government to correct these historic wrongs. The formal apology in this House by the Prime Minister and member from Papineau in 2016 showed that we as a nation have progressed. Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge the work done by one individual, that is Mrs. Sukhvinder Kaur Thind, who unfortunately passed away last year on September 5, 2017, for her tireless advocacy and support in bringing about the formal apology in this House. This apology affirmed true reconciliation with the Sikh community in Canada and provided a new path to more unified and integrated future. Mr. Speaker, the rich Sikh history in Canada is very personal to me because it is also reflective of my own personal journey, because it is how I'm able to stand in this House and present this bill. In 1984, because of the work done by Sikh pioneers in Canada, I decided to migrate to this country, and along with my wife Rani, with the help of my parents, my mom Amarjeet, and my dad, who passed away in September 2015, we are able to raise our three beautiful children, Kirat, Jyot, Amol, and Arjun. As the Prime Minister said when he visited the Sikh Heritage Museum in Canada, I quote, "The story of the Sikh community in Canada is in fact just the story of Canada. It is a story about brave soldiers who fought to defend democracy. It is a story of early settlers and pioneers who worked in the agriculture fields, mines, lumber mills, and on the railroads. It is a story of the first Sikh Gurdwara built in 1908. It is a story of prejudiced laws being used to reject fellow British subjects on the Kamagata Maru. It is the story of becoming Canadian citizens in 1947. It is a story of entrenching equality, fairness, and justice in the laws of this land. It is a story of athletes, world-renowned business leaders, working professionals, and philanthropists rising to prominence. It is a story of elected officials, ministers, a premier, a federal opposition party leader, and a senator. This is all a part of ideal Canadian experience that today I'm proud to be able to share, recognize, and celebrate. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I hope that all members of this House and the Senate will join me in passing this bill to honor the history and heritage of Sikhs in Canada and share the story with future generations so that we remain a strong, diverse, and inclusive nation. Merci beaucoup. Thank you. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for bringing this bill forward. Many of us are here from the Sikh heritage, and we are all excited for our generation, the previous generation, to see this bill. What does the honourable member think for the future generation? Are they excited? I have 3 kids, and he have 3 kids as well. If he could speak something for the future generations, what does this bill bring to the table for our future generations? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the Honourable for his question and also for being a seconder on this bill. Mr. Speaker, as the Honourable member mentioned, just like his 2 sons and a daughter, just like my 2 daughters and a son, I mean, when we have this bill passed in the House of Commons, when this becomes a history, when we celebrate the Sikh Heritage Month year after year, it will educate them. this celebration will not only educate the children of Sikh community, but in fact it will educate each and every Canadian child who is our future, and this is the way to bring communities together to celebrate the diversity of Canada together, which is the strength of Canada, and it will strengthen Canada more.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really thank my colleague and friend from Surrey for bringing forward this very important motion and legislation. You know, I am who I am today in good part because of the Sikh community. Sikhism has played a critical aspect of my life, more than half of my life. In fact, I wouldn't be here today if I didn't have the support of my extended family into the Sikh community. And to get an appreciation of what Sikhism is all about, one only needs to look at Canada's diversity and just how rich we are and how much we have been blessed by our Sikh community in every region of our country. As that community grows, we have seen a very strong and healthy, vibrant community. In Winnipeg North, for example, it drives the economy second to no other community. It's a community that has contributed so much since 1988, whether it's Goodwadas in Winnipeg, Abbotsford, Vancouver, Calgary, the Punjab, all over the Punjab. I've had the privilege, and I believe by having this particular piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, what the member is doing is recognizing the month of April as a month in which Canadians in all regions, as he has put it himself, to be able to celebrate Sikhism and how Sikhism has contributed to every aspect of our society today in Canada. So on behalf of the residents of Winnipeg North, I thank the member and I appreciate his efforts at bringing forward this very important piece of legislation.
The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would also like to thank the honourable member from Winnipeg North. Mr. Speaker, on numerous times I had the opportunity to go to Winnipeg North, and I had the honor to invite the honourable member from Winnipeg North to come to Surrey Newton to speak in a local Gurdwara. And I had the honor to travel with him to India, Punjab. And the passion that this member carries towards the communities, not only that he is thankful to the community, but in fact, community is very thankful to this member whose passion and who's always will to help the Sikh community to rise and the young children to get to the next stage. And I hope that that inspiration will go to future generations when we remember the member from Winnipeg North that will sow the seed, that will blaze the trails, that the children of Canada will follow those very proudly and will keep on making us proud and making Canada a strong nation.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Markham, Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my great pleasure to rise today to speak in support of Bill C-376, an act to designate the month of April as a Sikh Heritage Month. I am grateful to my colleagues across the floor, the member of Surrey Newton, for introducing this bill and helping to bring it to this stage. This is an important issue for me as a Sikh Canadian myself, and I am thankful to be able to speak here and be a strong representative of my heritage and the larger Sikh community in this important observance. As I mentioned previously, I do strongly support this bill and its intention to designate going forward the month of April each year as a Sikh Heritage Month. In fact, I was the seconder, as the honourable member mentioned, of this bill when it was originally introduced. Sikhism is a religious practiced by over 35 million followers all over the world. And in fact, Canada is a home to over 500,000 Sikhs, making it the second largest Sikh population in the world next to India. That is significant, Mr. Speaker, and it is deserving of recognition. It is widely believed that the very Sikh settlers who arrived in Canada migrated from northern India and set foot in Canadian soil in 1897 in Vancouver, British Columbia. And those settlers would then pave the way for all other immigrants and South Asians to enter Canada and make this great country their home. As I mentioned, those first immigrants that came, they settled in British Columbia. This Sikh Heritage Month is very dear to me. Many of those first original settlers came from the back home, the village of Palti, where my mother come from. As they arrived, they came with no money, didn't speak the language, and they came to make sure they joined the workforce. Back in early 1900s, they settled in Vancouver and called this place Paldi, the name of the Paldi, where the family come from, and they built the first Gurdwara in Paldi back in 1919. For over 120 years, Mr. Speaker, Sikhs have been contributing to Canadian society and to Canadian economy. From 1904 to 1908, approximately 5,000 Punjabi immigrants, mostly men, at that time entered Canada and become part of workforce. This was the real beginning of Sikh migration from South Asia to Canada. But it was not an easy road for us. As Sikh Canadians, Mr. Speaker, there have been some tough times and some very historically tragic events for Sikhs in Canada. And despite being welcome to Canada and being able to join the workforce and make a living in Canada, a very humble living at the beginning, and what living nonetheless. The welcome was to be later taken away. However, despite the hardship, we as a people have become, and we have remained here, and we have become a strong thread in the fabric of this great nation. We have and will continue to make rich and significant contribution to Canadian society. In 1914, hundreds of our people were looking for a better life for themselves and for their families. They sought that in Canada, and they were denied entry. The result of Kama Gata Maru incident, which was tragic and horrifying. But that hasn't stopped Sikhs from continuing to migrate to this great nation and from continue to make a strong impact on Canada as a whole. We are a strong people, and we have endured and risen above the persecution and tragedy too. As I mentioned, to make Canada the home to over 500,000 Sikhs, it is important that we, as Canada's Parliament, ensure that Sikh heritage is recognized and that we celebrate the contributions Sikh Canadians have made to Canada's social, economic, political, and cultural fabric. And also, we recognize that richness of Punjabi language and the culture and the Gurmukhi script. Mr. Speaker, it is also significant that April is a month that is designated to celebrate Sikh Heritage Month. April is an important month in the Sikh faith. It is the month which we celebrate Vaisakhi. Vaisakhi is a historical and religious festival in Sikh religion which marks the new year. It has always been celebrated on April 13th or 14th every year since the tradition began. Vaisakhi commemorates the founding of the Sikh community known as Khalsa under Guru Gobind Singh Ji in 1699 through a special ceremony which gave Sikhs the distinguished Khalsa identity, Guru Gobind Singh Ji provided our community the opportunity to live lives of courage, sacrifice, and quality. He also called upon Sikhs to dedicate their lives to service of others and pursuit of justice. Every year in April, Sikhs gather in cities across Canada and worldwide to celebrate through parades, entertainment, gathering of families and friends. In addition, Mr. Speaker, Baisakhi observe a number of major events in the history of Sikhism and also celebrate the winter harvest. So obviously, Mr. Speaker, April is an important month and is most definitely appropriate time to recognize Sikh Heritage Month. Sikh Heritage Month will provide Sikhs and Canadians alike with an opportunity to reflect on, celebrate, and educate future generations about the inspirational role that Sikh Canadians have played and continue to play in the communities across Canada. Also of note, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that the province of Ontario already observes Sikh Heritage Month in the month of April each year, as does the city of Brampton. So it is only appropriate that we federally should be taking the lead on these types of observances instead of playing catch-up with our provincial and municipal counterparts. Support for this bill will ensure that we are taking the leadership role on this front and for all of the provinces and cities across the country. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, again, I am honored to be able to speak on this important bill, Bill C-376. I would like to thank my honourable colleagues for bringing this bill forward and recognizing the important and inspiring role of Sikh Canadians have played and continue to play in Canada. And I would like to reiterate my support for this bill and call my honourable colleagues to join me in casting their support for this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to be able to stand in this House to offer my support to Bill C-376, an act to designate the month of April as Sikh Heritage Month. It is important to note both that this bill is likely the first bill recognizing Sikh heritage at a federal level in the world, but the second such bill in Canada. During his time as NDP MPP in Ontario for Brampton Gore Moulton, now NDP leader Jagmeet Singh tabled Bill 52, an act to proclaim the month of April as Sikh Heritage Month, and that bill received royal assent on December 12, 2013. As a proud member of Canada's first federal party to have a leader of Sikh heritage, and a leader who has previously tabled and received unanimous consent in the House a similar piece of legislation at a different level of government, there is no doubt that the NDP strongly supports this bill. Each province and territory throughout Canada has been touched by the influence and contributions of Sikh Canadians. I believe it is very important for us to recognize the social, economic, and cultural contributions of the Sikh community to the multicultural mosaic of Canada by declaring April as Sikh Heritage Month. April is an important month for individuals of Sikh faith, not just in Canada, but throughout the world. Each year, April makes the celebration of Vaisakhi, also known as Khalsa Day. Vaisakhi makes the Sikh New Year and commemorates the formation of Khalsa Path of Warriors under Guru Gobind Singh in 1699. It is also a spring harvest festival. Sikh places of worship, the gurdwaras, throughout Canada will hold kirtans, which are devotional singing of scriptures and legends. The Harvest Festival is filled with music, dancing, and fairs known as malas. In Canada, some of the biggest Vaisakhi celebrations occur in BC. The biggest of them occurs in Surrey. This year marked Surrey's 20th annual Vaisakhi Parade, and the RCMP estimated its attendance was over 500,000 people. According to Statistics Canada, there are nearly 470,000 Canadian Sikhs. That makes Canada likely home to the largest Sikh diaspora community in the world. Passing the bill before us today will provide Canadians from all walks of life the opportunity to learn more about the contributions, celebrations, and culture of the Sikh neighbours and community members, and it is something I encourage all Canadians to take advantage of. My riding of Vancouver East is home to the Akai Singh Sikh Society. I've had the pleasure of working with them on obtaining visas and permits for visiting religious workers, and this has provided me the wonderful opportunity of learning more about the Sikh community in my riding, and also for them to share their knowledge with the rest of the community. The society started in 1952 and began construction on the current Gurdwara in 1981. In addition to their religious services, they regularly host community meals, offer Punjabi language classes, run youth camps, and offer free tax filling services for seniors and low-income families. These valuable community roles stem directly from the Sikh faith's emphasis on selfless service, justice, and equality. Passing this bill will also allow for Canadians to learn from past injustices Canada has perpetrated against the Sikh community. As members are aware, the Kumulgata Meru marks a dark history in Canadian history. Nearly 400 passengers, mostly Sikhs, were refused entry into Canada at the Borat Inlet because of a discriminatory law. The passengers were sent back to India, where 19 of the passengers were killed. During the 2015 election campaign, even though the now Prime Minister made the promise to officially apologize for the Kumulgata Meru incident in the House of Commons within its first 90 days of his mandate, that, of course, as we know, did not happen on that timeline. On February 3rd, 2016, I put on notice Motion M35, which called on the Liberal government to officially apologize for the 1914 Kumulgata Meru incident as a reminder of the Prime Minister's election promise. By so doing, I was also carrying on the hard work of former NDP MPs Jaspreet Sandhu, the current BC Minister for Citizen Services, the Honourable Ginny Sims, and the tireless efforts of the Professor Mohan Singh Memorial Foundation, who initiated the call for justice in 2012. In working with the community together, we were able to pressure the Prime Minister to do the right thing. And on May 18, 2016, the Prime Minister finally formally apologized in the House of Commons for the actions taken by the Canadian government and the irreparable harm the decision caused in this dark history of Canada's past. I think it would be worthwhile to take a moment to reflect on what was that discriminatory law that cost the lives of 19 people. The Government of Canada had put in place a law that prohibited passengers from disembarking in Canada if the vessel they were on had stopped at any point during its journey here. Then in 1939, under the unofficial policy of, quote, none is too many, Canada would refuse refuge for another ship searching for safe haven, the MS St. Louis. On it were 900 Jewish people fleeing Nazi Germany. The ship was forced to leave, and it was believed a quarter of those passengers would be killed in Nazi death camps during World War II. The Prime Minister's description of the laws that prevented Kumulgata Meru passengers from embarking immediately and those on the MS St. Louis reminded me of the current influx of the asylum seekers to Canada. The Safe Third Country Agreement aims to prevent people seeking asylum from entering Canada if they stopped here in the United States during their journey here. It appears that we have still not learned from the mistakes of the past. We're continuing to turn people away, not on the basis of their claim, but on the basis of the path they took to arrive here as they search for safety and a better life. I hope that the government reflects on the Prime Minister's apology to the Sikh community for their mistreatment under the laws of Canada at that time, and what what it means to truly make make sure we do not repeat the mistakes of the past. I hope that they keep this in mind when I and my New Democratic colleagues continue our call for the suspension of the Safe Third Country Agreement upon our recognition that the United States is not a safe country for asylum seekers at this time. I am proud to support this bill. It gives Canadians a chance to learn more about the Sikh community and Canada's past, including the not-so-bright moments. This is what gives us the motivation and ability to do better, to ensure that we do not repeat the mistakes of the past. As noted, I encourage Canadians who have questions about the Sikh faith or just about day-to-day life as a Canadian Sikh to simply ask them. The World Sikh Organization is constantly engaged on Twitter through #AskASikh. They are happy to answer anyone's questions and help Canadians better understand their Sikh neighbors. Mr. Speaker, we can all learn from each other. We need to celebrate each other about who we are, no matter where we come from. That is part of our multicultural mosaic that speaks to who we are as Canadians. So as New Democrats, on behalf of all of my colleagues, we wholeheartedly support this bill. And as I've mentioned, our leader, Jagmeet Singh, had paved the way in the Ontario legislature with his bill. And now for the House of Commons to do the same is something that we very much welcome. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for tabling this bill and supporting the initiative that my former colleagues from the NDP had tabled previous to this time. Thank you so much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honour and my privilege to rise today in this House to speak to Bill C-376, an act to designate the month of April as Sikh Heritage Month. I must first commend the member from Surrey Newton for all his hard work in bringing this bill forward. I know this piece of legislation means a lot to Sikh Canadians in my riding of Brampton North, but also to Sikhs across Canada and abroad. The passage of this bill would recognize the contributions of Sikhs to Canadian society and educate future generations about our language, traditions, and history in Canada. I look around at my fellow Sikh members of Parliament, listen to their personal stories, and cannot help but acknowledge and be grateful that we have had the opportunity to be here today because of the hard work and the struggles of the Sikh community before us. Since arriving on Canadian shores, Sikhs have been active members of our society. Canada has now become home to one of the largest Sikh populations in the world, and the Sikh community has become known for their compassion, their work ethic, and their entrepreneurship. The month of April holds particular significance to Sikhs as it is the time of year when the community celebrates Vaisakhi, which marks the birth of the Khalsa Panth. Sikhism is rooted in the teachings of equality, unity, selfless service, and social justice, values that all Canadians hold dearly and strive to incorporate into their daily lives. Sikh values, in fact, are Canadian values. However, it has not always been easy. The Sikh community has been a victim to racism, discrimination, and violence. Generations of Sikhs have struggled to find their place. Our clothing, our turbans, our gurbans, our food, our traditions were not welcome. From the rejection of Sikhs aboard the Kamagata Meru to the destruction of Gurdwaras, the history of Sikhs in Canada have had dark chapters. However, those dark chapters are now coming to a close because as a country we have grown. I, the daughter of Sikh immigrants, today have the opportunity to stand in this House and to speak to legislation that recognizes the importance of my heritage, so that tomorrow Sikh youth can take the utmost pride in who they are and be able to share and celebrate that heritage. Sikhs have found their place in this country because of our proud legacy of multiculturalism, which does not ask us to choose between our faith and our religion. The Charter of Rights and Freedoms has allowed Sikhs to physically and spiritually be who they are without giving up being Canadian. The implementation of the Charter has ensured that equality and diversity become the pillar and strength of our nation. I've been fortunate to be able to travel to every province and territory and see how the contributions made by Sikhs are evident from coast to coast to coast. I went to Nunavut earlier last year, and I visited a Sikh who's working on a Liberal campaign and working for a riding association out there. I met Sikhs in New Brunswick who are driving taxis. I know Sikhs that are running homeless shelters, food banks, and a lot of other langar services, Meals on Wheels. I've met Sikhs that are teaching Bhangra out in Whitehorse and out in Halifax. So there's been contributions to celebrate our heritage all throughout the country. With C376, we are able to share and celebrate Canadian heritage through a Sikh lens. As our Prime Minister stated when he visited the Sikh Heritage Museum of Canada, the story of the Sikh community in Canada is in fact just the story of Canada. This summer, I was excited to be on hand when we announced funding for the museum and a project aimed at creating a Canadian Sikh Heritage Trail and a traveling Canadian Sikh timeline exhibition, along with a web portal and interactive mobile application showcasing facts, figures, and Sikh personalities that have shaped civic life of Canada. The project will allow current and future generations of Canadians to learn more about the struggles, sacrifices, and successes of Sikhs and their travel across this beautiful country. As I speak about our heritage and our history in Canada, I wanted to take a moment to highlight the contributions of Canadian Sikh women. In 1912, Harnam Kaur and Kartar Kaur fought for the right of women and children to join Sikh men in Canada. In 1946, Ajit Kaur defended herself at City Council when her neighbours did not want her to move in because they feared that the family would lower property values. In 1949 and in 1950, respectively, Dr. Surjit Kaur Sidhu and Dr. Jagdish Kaur Sidhu graduated from the University of Toronto as the first female Sikh doctors in Canada. More recently, trailblazers like Balbinder Kaur Shergill, Lily Singh, and our very own Honourable Government House Leader are contributing to our place in Canada and showing the next generation that anything is possible. As I reflect on what Bill C-376 means to me, I'm reminded of one of Rupi Kaur's verses entitled Progress. Our work should not equip the next generation of women to outdo us in every field. This is the legacy we leave behind. I want to once again applaud the member from Surrey Newton for his work in leaving behind a legacy, whereas every April, we as Canadians celebrate our Sikh heritage and the contribution of the Sikh community to Canada. I'd like also to thank him for his work and efforts on the Kama Gatameru apology. He's been working hard on the issue since 1999. I join my colleague in looking forward to seeing all members in this House passing this bill so that we can honour and retell the Canadian stories for future generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Échevins, Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to speak today as the Conservative Heritage Critic on Bill C-376, an act designating April as the Sikh Heritage Month. I'm grateful to my colleague across the way, the member for Surrey Newton, for having presented this bill.
Dear to his heart as a Canadian Sikh, and he represents his community honorably in this chamber, although, in my view, a little bit in a too liberal way. I also want to thank my Conservative colleague from Markham, Unionville. He has done so much to help the Sikh community and the immigrant community more broadly in this country. He's played a key role in our caucus in the work we are doing on files such as immigration, which are indeed important for the Sikh community and all Canadians. My colleague from Markham, Unionville, is also a living example of the quintessential Canadian immigrant. He came to this country in humble circumstances and through his hard work has not only achieved success for himself and his family, but also his community and indeed our country. And I'm sure today he thinks, as he was sharing with me a few moments ago, when he arrived in this country in 1974, he was 21 years old and he did not speak any word, nor our French or English. He got a job at $1.50 per hour, and he would work 364 days per year, but he told me he took a break on Dominion Day, which would turn out to be Canada Day. So we could always see he was a proud Canadian early on. So in discussing the history and celebration of the Sikh community, I think of the new Canadian, like my colleague, and also like those I welcome every year to my riding. They come from all over the world, and they are more than welcome. From Africa, from Latin America, and so on, they are like my Irish ancestor, and like the Sikh we welcome through the years. They come here to work hard, whether it's in farming or in industry, and we are all better off and thankful for their hard work. Actually, they are the fabric of our country, and this is how this country is built. J'appuie donc ce projet de loi.
I strongly support this bill, and having it designate in the future the month of April as Sikh Heritage Month. Sikhism is a religion practiced by millions of faithful worldwide, and Canada has more than 500,000 Sikhs, which makes it the second biggest Sikh population in the world after the one in India. This should be acknowledged. And Mr. Speaker, with respect to the values of Sikhism, these are universal values such as respect of others, decency, charity.
Population is represented in vibrant urban centers such as Surrey, Brampton, and many other places across this land, whether in British Columbia, Ontario, or Alberta. Without a doubt, Mr. Speaker, the large and thriving communities of Indian and Punjabi heritage are essential to the increasingly close and important relationship Canada has with India. For one, cultural and educational exchanges between India, Punjab, and Canada make our country richer. India does not only present an opportunity for shared prosperity through trade with one of the world's largest economies, but it also presents an opportunity to strengthen ties with the world's largest democracy. Democracy is something that unites people and countries. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we have seen how much Canadian Sikhs contribute to our Canadian democracy. In the last Parliament, I served as Minister with Canadians of Punjabi heritage in caucus and in Cabinet. I think my former colleague Tim Upal, who was Minister for Democratic Reform, or Bal Ghazal, Minister of Sport, whom I've entertained some good boxing gala where Quebecers were particularly proving their talent. In British Columbia, we had the Premier Usal Dosanjh, a Canadian Sikh, who served as the Premier of British Columbia, and I had the opportunity to visit Afghanistan with him when we were involved in the Defense Committee. So in this Parliament, we also have members like my colleague from Markham, Unionville, on the Conservative side, as well as ministers and members on the government benches, and someday we may have the leader of the NDP join us in this House. Les premiers immigrants se sont donc installés.
The first immigrants settled in British Columbia. They came to Canada with next to no money, but they knew they wanted a better life for their families. But it wasn't easy. as my colleague mentioned, for the Sikh community. And they had to deal with great difficulties. They were seeking a better life. They were trying to come to Canada, but in 1914 they were refused entry, and the result was the incident we call the Komagata-Maru tragedy.
Deaths resulting from the Komagata-Maru tragedy. We may remember that in 2008, the Right Honourable Prime Minister Stephen Harper made an apology on behalf of a Canadian. And more recently, as made clear by the leader of Her Majesty's loyal opposition, Conservative, he said, will never forget the Komagata-Maru, and we will use the memory of those who perished to learn from our mistakes and make this country even better. Importantly, what is amazing about Canada, Mr. Speaker, is that despite regrettable historical chapters, communities like the Sikh community have come together and work with all Canadians to move forward. While we learn from the past, we do not helplessly dwindle in the past. We do not focus on what divides us. Canadians, Sikhs, and non-Sikhs alike focus on celebrating what unites us. Because, Mr. Speaker, Canada has a lot to be proud of, and this includes, without a doubt, the contributions of the Sikh community.
It's important that the Parliament of Canada makes sure that Sikh heritage be recognized and celebrated as a contribution to Canada's social, economic, political, and cultural fabric, and we should recognize the richness of its language, of the Punjabi language and culture. And, Mr. Speaker, as my colleague said, this is a very important month for the Sikh community. It's when they celebrate Vaisakhi, which is a major celebration which marks the new year. Vaisakhi commemorates the foundation of the Sikh community, known under the name of Khalsa, under Guru Gobind Singh in the 17th century. Every year in April, Sikhs get together worldwide to celebrate. So, Mr. Speaker, the month of April is exactly the right month. And, Mr. Speaker, this month will allow us to share culture and all the cultural legacy of the Sikh community. And this is why I want to support this bill, and I urge my colleagues to do the same.
Indeed, updates designated for the Asian community, the Aboriginal community, and the Black community at the national level. Recently, we also worked with one of our colleagues from the Senate to make the Jewish Heritage Month a reality. I would like to thank my colleagues for working on that, but today we can make history again by supporting this private member's bill. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brampton East. I just want to remind the honourable member that he will have 5 minutes to speak. Honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very proud to rise today to debate Bill C-376 at second reading. The bill was introduced by the honourable member from Surrey Newton, and I was more than happy to second the bill. I am humbled and enormously grateful for this opportunity to speak in favour of a bill that provides opportunity to highlight the many contributions that Canadians of Sikh heritage have made to Canada, and an occasion to educate future generations about the role that Sikh Canadians have played and will continue to play building this country from coast to coast to coast. A Sikh Heritage Month is an opportunity to highlight, respect, and honour the many contributions that Sikh Canadians have made to Canada. In fact, Sikh Heritage Month is already celebrated every April in Ontario, Alberta, and British Columbia. And I look forward to the passage of this bill, so we will be celebrating all across Canada. April is a particularly significant month for Sikhs around the world. It was in April in 1699 when Guru Gobind Singh Ji created the Khalsa Panth, which was a formal creation of the Sikh faith, and Sikhs around the world believe in core values of Naam Japna, meditation, Kirt Karni, earning an honest living, Seva, community service, and always helping the less fortunate. These aren't just Sikh values, Mr. Speaker, these are also Canadian values. Today, Canada holds the second largest Sikh population in the world. Almost 500,000 Sikhs proudly call Canada home. Indeed, the Sikh-Canadian story is a deep-rooted story with many ups and downs in Canadian history. Sikhs have worked hard across the country, from serving in our armed forces, building our railroad, and working in the lumber mills in British Columbia. Today, Sikhs are doctors, engineers, teachers, lawyers, entrepreneurs, media personalities, and even politicians. They have successfully established themselves as hardworking, generous people that are integral to the Canadian fabric. As Sikh Canadian families enter the third and fourth generation in Canada, I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the fact that the success of the Sikh Canadian community is in large part of the early pioneers that left Punjab and left India, everything that they knew, in search of a better life for themselves and a better life for their families. So we salute the early taxi drivers, truck drivers, people in factories, the individuals that picked up the extra overtime shift so they could start building their local temples for a place to pray. Mr. Speaker, the first Sikh temple was opened in British Columbia in 1907, the Khalsa Diwan Society, and is currently still operating today. From that first Gurdwara in British Columbia, Sikhs have built numerous Gurdwaras from coast to coast to coast. Everywhere from Halifax to Victoria, you can always drop into a Sikh Gurdwara, meditate, and enjoy a community meal known as langar. Sikhs have always worked hard, and today our community stands on the stories of giant Canadian Sikhs. Baltej Singh Dhillon comes to mind, the first turban RCMP officer. Gurbaz Singh Multani, a young student who dropped his kirpan on the playground and fought his right to wear his kirpan, his article of faith, all the way to the Supreme Court of Canada. Sikhs like Harnarayan Singh, who are breaking barriers on CBC's Hockey Night in Canada, Punjabi edition. And even our very own Minister of National Defense, who in 2014 was named the first Sikh Lieutenant Colonel of the Canadian Army. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Sikh story is thriving today across this country, but we did not get here by accident, and the story of success will not continue without effort. See, everyone in this House remembers that in 1914, the Kamagata Maru, a Japanese ship carrying Sikhs fleeing India, was turned away by Canadian authorities. And when the ship was returned back to India, many people were killed. The Prime Minister in 2016 apologized on behalf of the Canadian government for this unspeakable act. Even throughout my lifetime, I've experienced racism for wearing my turban, and I've seen Sikh places of worship vandalized. And just last year, university students were having to ask if they were extremists just for the simple fact that they were wearing their identity proudly. That is why, Mr. Speaker, Sikh Heritage Month is so important. It's not just an opportunity to celebrate the contributions of Sikh Canadians, but more importantly, it's an opportunity to educate Canadians and people all around the world of the Sikh way of life and the Sikh philosophy.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement, une motion...
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded at this time.
This House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the previous Minister of the Department of Fisheries and Oceans made commitments to the lead negotiators of the five Nuu-chah-nulth nations that operate the Takwiak fishery at a face-to-face meeting actually in Campbell River just on past March 13th of 2018. He made commitments to accelerate the reconciliation of the Five Nations of the New Chalneth that have been in a long-standing battle for their fishing rights that's been dragging on and on, Mr. Speaker, through litigation and prolonged negotiations since 2009. And the government initiated a rights recognition and reconciliation process with the Five Nations in June of 2017 that has yet to produce any results. The Five Nations negotiated a term sheet with senior government representatives from Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada and the Department of Fisheries and Oceans that was concluded in September 2017. The term sheet was promised to become the substance of a memorandum to Cabinet that has yet to make it to the Cabinet Committee, despite repeated commitments by the government that Cabinet would be dealing with this memorandum to Cabinet in the fall of 2017, then the spring of 2018, and now it's the fall of 2018. Specifically, the Fisheries Minister was to champion with the Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Minister the memorandum to Cabinet that must be presented to Cabinet this fall. So the memorandum to Cabinet will lead to the implementation of the nation's rights-based fisheries and tangibly demonstrate that the government is serious about reconciliation with First Nations in Canada. So the Five Nations wrote to the new Minister of DFO on August 29th requesting a meeting as soon as possible, and there's still been no response. They just want to confirm the commitments made by the previous minister, Mr. Speaker. And the nations met concurrently with the previous minister, the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, the Minister of Justice, on June 27, 2016 in Ottawa. The Five Nations have met twice with the Prime Minister on this issue. Yet despite these high-level meetings and the promises of government action, there has been no substantive progress of recognition of the nation's fishing rights with the government, even though two BC Supreme Court decisions and several appeals have all instructed the government to work with the Five Nations to establish a new fisheries regime that recognizes and respects their priority rights. When will this government start taking substantive action, demonstrating a real understanding and respect for First Nations rights, and specifically the commercial fishing rights of these 5 New Chalneth nations, rather than just more talk and rhetoric from the government about respecting First Nations rights and the importance of the relationship with Indigenous people? With these 5 nations, the government can back up the so far empty promises with real action by approving the reconciliation agreement that these 5 New Chalneth nations crafted with senior government staff from Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs and DFO, Mr. Speaker. That's all they're asking for.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and Canadian Coast Guard.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Courtenay Alberni for raising this issue. The government recognizes that Indigenous peoples have a deep connection to oceans and waterways, and that fishing is culturally and economically significant to their communities. In this context, a renewed nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous peoples based on recognition of rights, respect, cooperation and partnership is a top priority for our government. As Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard, and as a Canadian, I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that we are fully committed to advancing reconciliation, including working with the first New Chalneth nations, the 5 New Chalneth nations, to exercise and implement their fishing rights. Over the past year, the Government of Canada has been taking concrete actions in the spirit of reconciliation with the 5 New Chalneth nations. Since the spring of 2017, Canada and the 5 nations have been engaged, as the honourable member said, in recognition of Indigenous rights and self-determination discussions. In fact, the parties signed a framework agreement in 2017 that forms the basis of ongoing negotiations. These negotiations have been instrumental in developing a common understanding of each other's perspectives in what are inherently complex matters. In March of this year, the former minister personally met with the leaders of the 5 First Nations to hear directly from them their priorities for implementing their fishing rights. At that time, we were pleased to offer additional licenses and quota for groundfish, salmon, and shellfish to the 5 nations. In its April 19th decision in the HoC case, the British Columbia Supreme Court clarified the nature and scope of the right of the 5 Nuu-chah-nulth Nations on the west coast of Vancouver Island as a small-scale, artisanal, local, multi-species fishery to be conducted in a 9 nautical mile strip from shore using small, low-cost boats with limited technology and restricted catching power. The court found that Fisheries and Oceans Canada has taken useful steps in some fisheries to accommodate the rights of the 5 Nuu-chah-nulth Nations. The court also noted that some improvements need to be made. In particular, the court found that DFO's Pacific salmon allocation policy was not justified in according priority to the recreational fishery over the 5 Nations Aboriginal commercial fishery for Chinook and Coho. As part of an immediate response to the decision, the former minister announced on the day the decision was released that he directed Fisheries and Oceans Canada to review the Pacific salmon allocation policy in collaboration with Indigenous groups and all stakeholders to renew and co-develop this policy. While our government and the 5 Nuu-chah-nulth Nations review the court decision and its implications, we will continue working together to advance reconciliation. We are committed to reconciliation and to advancing our relationship with the 5 Nuu-chah-nulth Nations through accommodation of their fishing rights. Significant steps were taken in 2018, and further steps are being planned for next year. Court decisions help inform the broader process which seeks to provide stability and predictability around the management of fisheries and oceans resources. We will continue to work with the 5 Nations through negotiations to reach agreement on the implementation of their rights and provide the foundation for a strong and enduring relationship between Canada and the 5 Nations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the member talking about what the court said. And what the courts did say that he didn't mention is that at every opportunity, the minister sent his negotiators empty-handed to the table, Mr. Speaker, and he tried to stymie every opportunity for them to negotiate. That's what the judge said, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, when he talks about artisan fishery, I mean, they attacked their rights at every opportunity and tried to diminish them every step of the way. That's not reconciliation, Mr. Speaker. That's not a commitment to reconciliation. They talk about their most important relationship being First Nations and Canada's Indigenous people, but we don't see that, Mr. Speaker. They're talking about moving forward with a recognition and implementation of an Indigenous rights framework. Mr. Speaker, they need to recognize the frameworks that are in place right now. The Charter Section 35 in the Charter of Rights, the United Nations Declaration of Rights for Indigenous Peoples, case law that's been proven, Mr. Speaker, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, treaties where they exist. They haven't been able to honor the frameworks that are existing, never mind talking about future frameworks. What they need to do is direct their negotiators to go to the table and actually give them something to bring to the table so they can get out fishing, not in court, because they belong on the water, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On April 19, 2018, the BC Supreme Court decision clarified the scope and nature of the rights of the 5 Nuu-chah-nulth Nations. In his statement to the press on that same day, the former Minister of Fisheries and Oceans spoke to the concrete actions that had recently been taken, including offers of additional licenses and quota for groundfish, salmon and shellfish to the 5 Nations in 2018, and a commitment to continue to implement their fishing rights in 2019 and beyond. The former minister indicated immediate action to review the Pacific salmon allocation policy in collaboration with Indigenous groups and all stakeholders to renew and co-develop this policy. Our government is committed to reconciliation and to advancing our relationship with the 5 Nuu-chah-nulth Nations to accommodate their fishing rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And back on April 19th of this year, I rose in this House, and this was just before, actually 12 days before the U.S. tariffs on aluminum and steel came down. And so it was, you know, a very, very difficult time, but it pales in comparison, Mr. Speaker, to where we find ourselves today. And I want to remind members that we're talking about 146,000 direct and indirect good-paying steel and aluminum jobs across our country, many of which, Mr. Speaker, are in my riding of Essex, certainly in southwestern Ontario and Windsor, Essex. And, you know, at that time, Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, you know, was really reassuring us that they were going to be able to achieve this permanent exemption. They felt that they were working hard on it, and they were working hard to make this become a reality. And as we know, 12 days later, we were slammed with the steel and aluminum tariffs that for the last 5 months, we've really been suffering under greatly, and working people across our country are losing their jobs. Small business owners in my region are faced with closing their doors. So, you know, this reassurance didn't come to pass, and it is very deeply unfortunate. I hope, Mr. Speaker, actually I beyond hope, it is incumbent on the government to continue the efforts to get a permanent exemption. I know that the government has tried to remove this and extract it from NAFTA, but to say that these things are not connected, Mr. Speaker, is simply fooling Canadians, because these things are all deeply connected to the difficult times we're having with the United States right now. And in a NAFTA negotiation, we have to have a conversation about the steel and aluminum tariffs and the impact, as well as the looming 25% auto tariffs and the threat of that, which is quite considerate. The Liberals' failures are hurting workers and industries across this country. Softwood lumber. The Prime Minister all but promised he would secure a deal with President Obama. That hasn't happened. CPTPP, the Liberals promised a progressive renegotiation, but what we see is anything but progressive. In fact, progressive has been removed from the Prime Minister's mandate letter to the new Minister of International Trade Diversification. In CETA, the Liberals promised new markets and support for Canada's supply managed sectors. But 1 year later into CETA, and Canada's trade imbalance with the EU is growing, and our support is not reaching our dairy farmers and our other supply managed sectors. NAFTA, the Liberals pledged to secure a good deal for Canada. Time is running out, and Canadians are deeply worried. U.S. tariffs, again. The Liberals pledged to secure a permanent exemption, but obviously this didn't happen. And now our auto sector is very concerned that they'll be faced with the same job-killing tariffs. It's clear that the Liberals' trade strategy is not delivering the results they promised for working Canadians. Canada has roughly collected $300 million in retaliatory tariffs in the surtaxes that have been imposed on U.S. goods after President Trump's imposition of the steel and aluminum tariffs and our reciprocal tariffs. There was $2 billion, Mr. Speaker, that was promised by the Liberals to support these sectors, and it's simply not reaching them. Do you know the amount that's reached them, Mr. Speaker? $11,000. And I'm going to repeat that because someone asked me today if I had missed a zero, and I have not. $11,000 have been paid out. And I have businesses that are desperate, workers that are worried about whether they're going to have a job to go to tomorrow. And this government is failing at delivering this package to them, failing at giving them support. The New Democrats have called on the government to establish a national tariff task force. This is exactly what we need to do at this critical time in our trading relationship to support workers across this country.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Président, les tarifs imposés.
Tariffs imposed on steel by the U.S. and aluminum are illegal and unacceptable.
States on steel and aluminum are illegal and completely unacceptable. That is why our government has taken such strong responsive measures to defend Canadian workers. That is why we announced dollar for dollar, perfectly reciprocal tariffs on $16.6 billion worth of U.S. imports to Canada. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs has said, this is the strongest trade action that Canada has undertaken since World War II. Mr. Speaker, that was an action that we took out of necessity to defend the principles of trade that had developed between Canada and the United States over decades and which have led to shared economic prosperity. It was also an action that strongly demonstrated to Canadian workers just how united Canada is in defending our workers. Canadian steelworkers know that our government is firmly behind them. Canada's response is proportional, measured, and reciprocal, and will cease immediately once tariffs on Canada are lifted. We're also challenging these illegal and counterproductive U.S. measures at the World Trade Organization and under NAFTA. These tariffs are completely unjustified. Not only have Canada and the U.S. been close allies in NATO and NORAD for years, but Canada is even recognized in U.S. law as part of the American military industrial base. Using national security concerns to impose tariffs on Canadian products, therefore, makes no sense. On June 29, 2018, we also announced that it would make available up to $2 billion to defend and protect the interests of Canadian workers and businesses in the steel, aluminum, and manufacturing industries. Our government continues to stand up for Canadian workers, including the steel and aluminum industry. Notre gouvernement continue.
Our government continues to support Canadian workers in the steel and aluminum industries.
I have also consulted with Canadians on possible safeguards action on 7 steel products. If evidence gathered during these consultations, led by the Department of Finance, points to harm or threat of harm to Canadian producers, we will immediately apply provisional safeguards and refer the issue to the Canadian International Trade Tribunal for inquiry. We have also provided new funding, more than $30 million for 5 years, starting immediately, and $6.8 million per year after that, which will mean more than 40 new officers to investigate trade-related complaints, including those related to steel and aluminum. Mr. Speaker, our government has and will continue to have the steel and aluminum industries back and continue to work for the permanent removal of the illegal U.S. tariffs. Merci, Mr. President.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, but that's an extremely poor response when we know that only $11,000 has flowed out of the money that the member is speaking about. I want to really give kudos to our Windsor-Essex Economic Development Corporation. Stephen McKenzie is the CEO, Marian Fantetti, Rakesh Naidu, Wendy Stark, Lana Drulard, and Lee McGrath are an amazing team, and they attended along with myself an event that was held by the Canadian Association of Mold Makers over the summer with 250 people that came on 2 days' notice, Mr. Speaker, to talk about the impact in our region of the steel and aluminum tariffs. And I want to tell you that these respondents, they did a survey there, 10 to 99% of their steel and 50 to 100% of their aluminum purchases are from the U.S. They need exemptions, and they're not able to get them from this government. So what they are asking for is that the processing of requests is timely. They don't wait up to 6 months. Information on programs and services need to be clear and consistent. But ultimately, Mr. Speaker, what we're calling for in the New Democrats is a national tariff task force. Our country is in a crisis under the Trump tariffs. Windsor-Essex is feeling the brunt of that. Will the Liberals join us, strike this task force, and talk about how we can use the money that we're collecting to be able
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The steel and aluminum industries support good middle-class jobs across the country, and our workers and industry have our government's full support. We have taken actions to end fraudulent transshipment and to further prevent dumping of unfairly priced imports into the Canadian market. We are committed to taking action to protect and support our workers and producers. Nous avons le désir et
We want to and must protect Canadian steel and aluminum workers in Canada.
Canadian businesses, and we will continue to work with stakeholders to determine if further responses are necessary. Merci, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I was last debating this issue of paramount importance to the coast of British Columbia and to my riding, Nanaimo Ladysmith, the Minister of Natural Resources said some really stunning things, given how deeply the federal government has since invested itself into the Kinder Morgan pipeline. He said, he challenged me on my numbers. He said it's not a 7-fold increase in tankers, it's only 1 tanker a day. Well, in fact, the National Energy Board said it's a 680% increase, and just last week, the Tyee magazine quoted economist Robin Allen as saying actually it's more like a 1,200% increase, from 30 tankers a year to 408 tankers a year. That's a colossal increase. The minister also said that this is happening at a time when Indigenous people for the first time have been involved from day one in becoming part of the monitoring and safety. So here's another deep betrayal of that promise. The HoC First Nation, who are heroes on the coast for being the on-water response in a very ad hoc way, because there wasn't a government-led response to both the sinking of the Queen of the North when the ferry went down and also the Nathan E. Stewart. Very high-profile sinkings and attendant oil spills on the coast. So the HoC bid to the federal government to be able to own and operate a standby tug, which we sorely need. Washington State has, Canada does not. To be able to take to have a strong tug capacity to take vessels that are in trouble into safety so that they don't create an oil spill. Now, the Prime Minister just the week before had stood with the HoC people, shoulder to shoulder, proclaiming his allegiance and solidarity with them and recognizing their stewardship and ownership of the waters. Well, the tug contract got given to an Irving subsidiary on the Atlantic coast, not to local people, not to very strong Indigenous leadership. What a betrayal that was. The minister also said to me, we believe we're going to leave the backyard of Indigenous people better than we had found it. What a totally patronizing comment that is. The Indigenous leadership have been stewards and occupants of the BC coast since time immemorial. To think that the lauded Oceans Protection Plan is going to leave the coast better than when we started it's an embarrassing statement for a minister to make, and particularly in light of the court case that has since come down. All of the pieces that coastal people had been saying so loudly on the coast and coastal MPs bringing it into this parliament, that the Kinder Morgan pipeline expansion, that the biggest risk to it on the coast is from oil tanker traffic, which had been insufficiently studied, that the orca whales impact had not been accommodated, although it had been identified, and that Indigenous people had not been consulted. The strongest court ruling came down affirming that all of those were barriers to the Kinder Morgan pipeline, which is now, of course, the Prime Minister's pipeline because he spent $4.5 billion of taxpayers' money buying it. And to have the very same day to have the finance minister say the pipeline will be built. Oh, and we will also do more consultation. So through you, Mr. Speaker, to the government, how can you square all these inconsistencies, and how will you move forward given all these broken promises?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith for her question, because it's both timely and important. It's timely because we know that the Federal Court of Appeal recently found that the National Energy Board should have included marine transport in its assessment of the Trans Mountain expansion project. It's important because the issues that it raises reflect what we have been saying on this side of the House since the beginning, that the economy and the environment must go hand in hand, and that there is no more important relationship for Canada than its relationship with Indigenous peoples.
Vision for this clean growth century. The good news, Mr. Speaker, is that our government is committed to ensuring those values are respected in everything we do, including the expansion of the Trans Mountain pipeline. That's why we introduced Bill C-69 to improve the way we review major resource projects. And that's why we are making the single largest investment to protect Canada's oceans, marine life, and coastal communities. The $1.5 billion Oceans Protection Plan has been a cornerstone of our agenda and our efforts. The Oceans Protection Plan strengthens the eyes and ears of the Canadian Coast Guard to ensure better communication to vessels, adds new radar sites in strategic locations, puts more enforcement officers on the coast, and establishes the National Aerial Surveillance Program to keep a watchful eye on ships and waters under our jurisdiction. At the same time, the Oceans Protection Plan strengthens our capacity to respond in the unlikely event of a spill by adding more primary environmental response teams to bolster Coast Guard capacity, investing in new technologies, and conducting scientific research to make cleanups more effective, including $80 million for groundbreaking research on the behavior of diluted bitumen in marine settings. We're using every tool at our government's disposal to remain vigilant in protecting our coasts and marine life. That includes a $170 million action plan to protect the South resident killer whales. The Ocean Protection Plan is also building meaningful new partnerships with Indigenous people and other coastal communities. This includes a Canadian First, with the creation of an Indigenous Advisory and Monitoring Committee to help oversee the safety of the TMX project through its entire life cycle. In addition, we've enhanced Indigenous access to federal funding for economic development, job training, and other business opportunities that will flow from the pipeline's possible expansion. Mr. Speaker, our position is clear. We are committed to creating the prosperity we all want while protecting the planet we all cherish. Merci, Mr. President.
Mr. Speaker.
Nanaimo Ladysmith.
This spin is astonishing. The court completely discredited the government's approach to this. There was no reason for the Liberal government to use the discredited and undermined Harper Conservative review process. In fact, the Prime Minister promised during the campaign that he would not, and they did. They chose to leave marine impacts out. They chose not to implement the 2012 court ruling on protecting habitat for orca. In fact, just last week, the environmental groups took this government, the Liberal government, to court again over its failure to protect the habitat of the orca whale. And the most astonishing thing is to be so bold as to say we cannot increase the oil spill safety net without approving a pipeline and a 1,200% increase in oil tanker traffic. It's hypocritical. It's not true. If this government truly was going to lead, they would boost oil spill response right now and spend tax dollars doing it. And they are not.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I can only reiterate what our government has said. We are determined to ensure that the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion project moves forward properly. We are working diligently to determine the right way to do this, and we will have more to say on this topic in future days. In the meantime, our position is that the TMX project is part of a sensitive approach that seeks to guarantee our low carbon emissions future by diversifying our energy markets, improving environmental safety, and creating thousands of good jobs for the middle class, including in Indigenous communities. Mr. Speaker, Canadians understand that by carrying out this project properly, we will make everything possible. Thank you.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.